Hello!
Bah.
We're
Hello.
here! Hello!
Oh,
Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
Hello!
Henwo.
Hello!
Goodbye.
Hello! How is everybody?
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo! Alright, that's enough of that.
Yes, very good.
Yes, hello. We are back with some more Zelda. How is everybody doing today?
I remain undeterred,
That's true.
watching, waiting.
Hold on. I wanna hold on. Let me just
Watching from the trees.
Let me just make my way over there because that's the fairy corner over there. There we go. And low. I'm over here now. Ah no!
Hello.
Ronan!
Over there. What happened?
Ronan,
The
cover me
little
up
picture
immediately.
slideshow.
Ronan, cover me up immediately.
Oh no.
Ha.
There we go. What? Nah, dang it!
Get nommed.
Oh.
I'm trying to just click on one thing, but it keeps on clicking on everything. Ah, there we go. I'll put myself up here.
Oh,
that
was
way,
a marquee
no
on
one will
Ronan's
ever freaking cover me now. There's no one tall enough to cover me up here.
Get on.
Get done. Yeah, I need to update the slideshow for the Zelda game. I just updated the one for Avatar and the one for Yu-Gi-Oh. So I need to update the Zelda one now.
Hey,
Do it.
while you're doing that, send me the images. K, thanks.
Never. I will try to find all the ones you're looking for, because also I have to find the ones that are the full bodies for you. So they're like scattered, but I'll find them. I'll get them. Don't worry about it. They'll be there. I promise.
I haven't seen your computer, but it gives me a headache to think about it.
That's me. You're mean
Well,
to me.
Fix your computer,
No.
you silly bitch.
But yes.
Hoping to do a big update once we have the fancy things.
Yeah. Speaking of arts though, I have been getting an absolute shit ton from a bunch of people the past week. Like, everybody has been working super fucking hard, and I can't show any of it, but I do want to thank all of my artists for doing all the neat things that they've been doing. They're so great. Will is working so hard. Den is working so hard. Rabozi's working so hard. Lindo's working so hard. Phantom's working so hard. Everybody's so great.
Nah.
And everybody else who I haven't mentioned, because there's a bunch of people who do stuff for Yu-Gi-Oh! There's an absolute shit ton of people who do stuff for Yu-Gi-Oh!
Like, I think Zero.
Yep, Zero's been doing some things. I had some things sent to me by a bunch of people at different times. There's just a whole bunch of stuff. We're expanding. We're growing. I know. It's great, isn't it, Scooter?
You got there's a dog there named Scooter.
We have 6 dogs in this house.
Jesus Christ.
3 of them stay in my room and 3 of them don't.
That's too many dogs.
Yes,
Listen, at
I
least,
agree.
at least you don't have 3 dogs and 3 cats that go everywhere. We put up fencing so the dogs can't go everywhere,
We have
but the cats don't care.
in my main room, that I am in currently, in the me space, we have Dante and Buddy, as well as Grandma. Grandma isn't mine, but my room is warmer than every room in the rest of the house.
Dog's name is Grandma?
Yeah, it's Grandma.
How old is the dog?
Very.
Okay, I was about to say, it'd be so fucking funny if the dog's
a
name was
puppy.
Grandma and it was like a puppy, like a few weeks old.
It's like a tiny little Shih Tzu puppy.
Yeah.
But no, it's they are an old dog. My
I
room
want
is the
you to know
warmest
that
room.
this silence from Lynn in regard to too many animals is intentional. Carry on.
I have Granny in this room because it's the warmest room. In my mother's side, because Granny is my mother's dog, we also have Scooter, which is her second oldest dog. He is basically the dad of everything in the house that isn't. Every Yorkie in the house is the offspring of this. Is it offspring? No, it's not offspring. It's they come from him. Anyway,
it is offspring.
Okay, good. Then there is Phoebe, which is another Yorkie that is basically Dante's older sister. And then we have Mimi, which is just the worst, but also they love me, so I can't be too mad at them. They bark at me every single time I do literally anything. If I ever make a single noise, they bark at me. But if I go near them, then they wag their tail and they want me to pet them. So they're the worst. And
so there's a third Mimi, I see.
Yes, there's a third Mimi. This one has been here for about 5 years. So.
Aw.
But yes, it is very, very, and even then, there's one other dog in the other building that used to be in the same building as me until I moved here. So there are a bunch of things, bunch of heckin' things going down. Now that we've gone through my entire dog life, shall we get into the room? I think that'd be a great thing. Let's go ahead and switch over. Oh, all right.
Shush.
Okay.
Don't listen to him.
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, don't listen to him.
Oh, all right.
You may proceed.
All right, I'll listen. I'll listen to Lynn. Lynn has authority.
Hey.
Get wrecked.
And yep, we're in the room. I've added a table to the room. There's a back table back here.
It's true.
We just did that 5 minutes before stream.
Wow.
But also, I'm gonna be adding 2 side tables as well. There's gonna be a table over here, maybe a table over here. Maybe I'll move my area back a bit because there's a bit of room back here I can utilize. We'll figure it out. I figured out how to make
Tables
rooms
will
a lot
stretch into
bigger.
infinity.
I've figured out how to make rooms a lot bigger ever since messing with the Kingdom Hearts room. So we will be making it big. The big problem with it is obviously the bigger the room you get, there is a boundary that won't let you draw things too well. So if we look over here toward like where the bathtub is that has Ronan and Gorthos in it, if I were to take a pin and go yeah, and then like change the perspective, actually it seemed to work very well. Actually, that's a lot better than it does in the Kingdom Hearts room.
I think those ones might have just been weird.
That's a lot better than it works in the Kingdom Hearts room. Maybe we have more space than we thought. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I think the face was just being a weirdo.
This is being a friggin' weirdo. This is screw you, face. Lim finally took care of you. I mean, there's still this one. There's still this frowny face over here that I'm still not sure why it exists, but you know, it's right there.
He can hang out.
Yeah, he can. You know, you're allowed to be sad sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think that's something everyone out there should know. You're allowed to be sad. I give you permission.
No.
Thank you.
I will erratis this.
Well, I don't have authority over Lynn's the one's authority, guys. You can't listen to me.
Shit.
You're not allowed to be sad anymore.
I can't wait for when Deco fucking kills one of us and Lynn is just like, no. And he's like, oh, well, okay, I guess you're alive.
All right.
Oh, man. I didn't think it'd be that easy to just not die.
Like Gorthos, you've been grinded into dust. No.
I am a fairy.
You're fine.
I can revive one person.
That is true.
Grind to dust.
You have to sacrifice yourself like all the other fairies, but yeah.
Yeah, well, fuck you, ungrind your hero.
Ungrind your hero. Oh, that has weird. Anyway.
Don't think about it.
But yeah, welcome everybody. I hope everybody had a good week. We are going to be jumping into things very momentarily. With that being said, does anybody want to talk about what happened last time, or should I roll?
Be adventurous.
All right, I will be adventurous as I always am, and I will roll. So Squeaky will be 1, and Ronan will be 4. We'll go in that order. That is a 4. Ronan.
Ah.
I'm
Oh
glad.
my gosh.
I'm glad it's usually just the two of you.
Target destroyed.
It's
I mean,
usually-
it is a coin flip, basically.
It's usually just the two of you. It never goes for like Gorthos or Marco.
Make Emerald and Anthony 1 and 4 next
As
time.
soon as I do that, you know it's not gonna pick them. As soon as I change it, you
Do
know
it
it's
anyway.
gonna. All right.
Try
Do it. Do it anyway.
Next time it'll be Marco is 1 and Gorthos is 4. We'll do it that way next time. All right, Ronan, what happened?
Oh gosh. Okay, so Marco with his handy dandy Ronin card fell into the demon manor, and then he was like, I'm gonna go let this boy out. I'm gonna play him in defense mode or whatever. And then he did inside the cage. And I was hurting real hard. Fucking and back in the river domain, everyone was like, where are they at though? And also Polo's dying. So like,
That's
how
true.
do we make Polo not dying anymore? And Ober is like, hold up, I got something. And then she went and got some, and then it was a potion, and she fed it to Polo, and then she was alive again. And then
Sorry, I just read a thing from Den after showing the other table, and they're like, neat. Guess I need to fill that up with fan art now.
Good.
Oh my god. Anyway.
But yeah. So they were like, hey, if you can make more of that potion, that'd be dope. And she was like, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, and then back at the house, Marco and Ronan found a bag filled with bombs, but they were actually cards. But then they were actually bombs, and we had free cards.
Oh.
So now we can we can do things with cards. We can play card games on fucking
Bombs.
Dongos.
Card games on the dongos.
But yeah, so then we went back through our portal house to the river domain, and we took out the little triangle, and we all got powers from it. We got an extra class. So this is now a Zelda fractured but whole.
Damn, you're right though.
It's not whole yet.
But yeah, so then we were like, well, we're all pooped, so let's go rest. And we did that. And we woke up, and we got word that the King of Hyrule was like, hey, get a new king. Your old one stinks.
Your old one's stinky. I don't like it.
He's a big old jerk. Or we'll pick one for you. So we're like, heck, we got to do that. And we sat around, and Charcoal was like, y'all are like busy as heck, so like you should like take a break. And we're like, that sounds good, but first we got to go pick a king for the river, the Caesar or whatever. And so we went off to convince Ober's mom to help us pick a new king.
I don't know if that's what we're doing specifically, but hell yeah.
That's what half of you are doing.
That's what half of us are doing.
We
The
are
other
doing
half
that.
are going to
Yeah,
tell
you guys-
Rog that we need to pick a new king.
Yeah, you guys thought that it'd be a nice little thing if both the domains had some kind of say in it.
Yeah.
Of course, Rog could then immediately just go, no, this is my decision. But I doubt they'll do
Yeah. Known jackass Rog.
Known racist Rog. That's his title, you see? No, I'm not gonna say it again.
But yep, half of you have decided to make your way to the river domain because there's
Listen,
also other
those
things.
tweeps were from 200 years ago.
Oh God. Half of you are wanting to go into the river domain. Some of you guys have some other things you'd like to do there, but right now you guys want to make your way there. The other half is making their way toward the sea domain. They are comprised of the three Jason faces, and magic Gorthos.
I think he's the only player character who decided to go to the sea domain.
He's got things to do, man.
And the Jason and the Argonauts. Let's go.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Jason and Jason and Jason. Wait.
Everybody's like Ronan for king.
I think isn't that what I
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And then Marco agreed with you, and Ronan was like, "Y'all are drunk."
Y'all are drunk. Leave me
Yes.
alone. I just want to play I just want to play my violin and be a hero or whatever, man.
They do say the
Not
best
even that
brewers
part.
don't
I
actually
just want to
want
play
the
my
job.
violin. I just want to play my violin and kiss my fish wife.
It's true. Those are the only things I want out of life.
The best thing in life: sleeping clam, violin, and fish wife. Oh man, really needs. Who needs this adventuring?
Ronan's living the rock star life.
The one groupie.
He's through with
Sex,
standing in
drugs,
line.
and rock and roll.
He's through with standing in line. The clubs he'll never get in. It's at the bottom of the ninth, and he's never gonna win. His life hasn't turned out quite the way he's wanted to be.
Shut up. You're not fucking kidding me.
But yes, as everybody starts to go on their way, you guys gathering everything up in the main room. Ronan, you would note that looking over toward where there is a group of Sheikah arguing over fruit. There is also a frog that seems to be laying his little butt down. He seems to be just kind of chilling over there. If you wanted to bring him, you could, but he seems to be mostly just flopped down and laying down.
I'll let him rest a little more. He was hanging out with lava. That's not a good time for him.
He's resting. He earned his rest.
He did.
He saved the world. Go Magic Frog. Well, like not the world, but you get it. You understand. Also, you guys were doing a bunch of planting last time as well.
We sure did.
You still have one slot left over if you guys ever decide to use it. But currently, the things you guys had planted, you guys figured out that bear meat is actually growing on a tree in your garden. So that's neat.
Everything you might know about the world's a fucking lie.
You guys planted some. You guys planted your goddess metal chunk that you have had since the beginning, as well as a hardened iron bar. So we'll see if either of those show fruit.
I also remembered to look at our little fun list. We have 12 fairy water bottles. I wonder what those are used for.
You have 12 what?
Apparently, according to what we rolled for the stuff, because we got the Sheikah fabrics, the monster horns, demon horns.
Well, where's the? What are you talking about, though? What's the item
the list? The item list that we got from our new storage thing.
Oh, fairy water bottle. Okay, yeah. I thought you were talking about actual magic bottles for a second. Like, you fucking don't.
No. Fairy water bottles.
Okay, all right. I was like, wait a fucking second.
Wow.
You don't
Fairy girl bath water.
Fairy girl bath
Yeah, you guys have fairy girl bath water.
Yeah.
For a second there, I'm like,
Marco would have that.
For a second there, I'm like, you guys do not fucking have 12 fucking magic bottles, because they're also known as fairy bottles. Is why I was confused.
Oh, okay. I think we have like 3 of them.
Currently you have 2.5, kind of.
2.5, because the other one's not fixed yet, right?
Yeah. But yes, as you guys would begin to move your ways into the other places, we'll move half of you. Look at that. They're all the way over there. Get out of here, wake up juice. And we'll put the other half of you. What's up, Squeaky?
No, I'm just gonna leave the call and come back because occasionally you just completely cut out and I'm not sure if it's me or if it's...
Am I cutting out for everybody else?
Not for me.
No.
Okay.
Alrighty. Hopefully.
Been good.
Yeah, no, just for some reason, like, you'll talk and then it's...
Oh.
Then it comes back.
That's
like
not
that, see?
good. That's not good.
So that's why I'm just like, what the fuck's going on?
What the fuck is going on here?
See, it's happening. I can't hear. Oh no! Is it me?
It might be you,
Maybe.
Squeaky.
Maybe it's where the server is that we're connected
Ah!
Squeaky, what about
Oh, there she
the
goes.
should we switch over to a different server then maybe?
She's already on.
Let's see here. How do I do that again? I can't even remember.
to. It's somewhere in the settings.
Yeah. It's usually not a big problem, but let me check the server settings really quick and see if I can find out where that is. 1 second, everyone.
Technical difficulties.
He's fucking dead.
It's not even technical difficulties. It's fucking Discord being a bitch.
Discord difficulty.
Squeaky.
I just restarted Discord, so let's see if that kind of helps. If not, then
We can
maybe
change
I'll
the
just
we can change
restart.
the server for the thing as well. We can put it over nearer you.
We'll see how it goes. Right now, I think it should be hopefully fine.
Yeah. If any of you guys can figure out how to do that in the background as well, just let me know. Yes, we will start off with the half that are making their way over toward the sea domain, because it's only one person, and I feel like that's going to go a lot quicker. So Gorthos,
Yes.
you, as well as Jason and Matilda and the mortal goddess, started to make your way over toward the sea domain. You guys came out from your home in the large archway that was created here whenever that is just outside of Ronan's room. As soon as you make your way out and about, you will note that just like before, there's not a ton of people here, but there are more people out and about than you remember seeing. A lot of the children are out and about near the center of this place, and it seems like a lot of people are more hanging out near the middle, because as you look from far off, even you can tell Rog is over at the king's throne currently. And again, he mostly would be there because now he can actually move and actually get up there.
Yeah.
But you would find that the center area is a lot more lively now with people. Not that we can actually show it on the thing because I don't have any Baby Zora freaking arts. But you would make your way going over there with the other three. On your way there, is there anything you want to bring up to everyone? Is there anything you want to try to have everybody understand about the current situation, or do you just want to make your way over there right now?
I think giving a general rundown is probably a fairly good idea considering the company.
Okay. Currently, you know that Jason has been given the thing to send over, and Matilda has said that they were going to be here just so if anything breaks out, they're like someone of royal blood should be here to be blamed. So that's kind of the only reason they're here. And you note that the mortal goddess just kind of came with you because they're the one that kind of said all this to you, like, and got everything kind of working forward for you. What would you like to go over with them?
Probably go over. I'm trying to get my thoughts in place. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Been kind of a long day. Thoughts in place of the whole Gidon fiasco and the situation the situation that's mustering in southern Hyrule near Lodmon. Probably just a good start.
You want to have them bring that up to Rog, even though Rog already knows?
Oh, I thought you meant the people I'm with right now. I mean, like Matilda and shit.
Oh, they would most of them. I was more wanting to know if you were gonna go over anything as to how to go about breaking saying the news. But if you want to go over like all those things to them, they would. Yeah,
right.
You could easily have done that before you left.
Yeah, I know that's okay. I misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad.
No, if that's the case, it's all good.
Because right now, you guys were talking last time about you have the decree from the king. However, the decree does feel like it is definitely King of Hyrule says this, not King Magnus. Love King Magnus. Hi, I'm King Magnus. It sounds like this is very much a statement instead of a hi, it's me, King Magnus. How are you doing? Would you like to change your king?
By the way, could you I don't know, like the new one's really not working out. Like maybe could you just
Yeah, what's a good way we should seriously reconsider how we word this.
It's up to you. You know that because there's a lot of people seemingly about over around him. Unless you ask King Rog to go somewhere else, most likely this is going to become a public affair.
We, as cute as it is to watch, we should get him somewhere private.
We could definitely go about doing that. It seems as if everyone is rather happy to see their old king wandering around a bit, though.
It has been a very long time since that had been a thing. It's almost sad that it has been so long. But no time for that. There's trusting issues.
As you're pretty sure of them, and none of them seem to object to asking him to go somewhere private to speak.
Right. Somewhere nice and quiet where it doesn't echo and reverberate to hell and back.
Most likely you would take Rog back to his room. back to his cave. As if there's nothing else, is there anything else you'd like to bring up as far as the conversation with Rog in general?
No, this seems pretty much all I would want to burden him with right now. It's already a lot.
As the four of you would make your way forward, you would find that at the base of the section there, two of the priestesses would be watching over the stairways making their way up. They don't seem to really be guarding it as much as they're just minding it. As you can see, a lot of the Zora children would be able to go up and down as much as they would like. As you would approach and go there, they would at first step to be in the way, but then upon seeing Jason in particular, as well as Jason and Jason, they have recently been shown the hero, so they would know who that is. They wouldn't know who you are.
Friends.
Because you are currently in your Hylian guise. But they would allow you all through very readily.
I forgot he was a Hylian.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Man, it's a little emissary from Hyrule. That's all.
It's like, hey, we're a bunch of Hylians about to give you a Hylian decree. Sorry.
Someone has to be the messenger.
You would make your way up to Rog. Rog would currently there would be a couple of children just kind of like moving around the large throne that would be here. However, most of them would not be interacting immediately with him. As you would all approach, he would look down and smile toward those who were in front of him. He has not met all three of these people, but he almost feels like he has. As he smiles down toward the three of them, he greets the hero. He looks to the mortal goddess, and as you do see him look over, he greets them as Zelda. He seems to greet them incredibly as Zelda as he looks at them. Again, immediately kind of giving you a weird kind of from him because you've never introduced her to him. And finally, he wouldn't look to Matilda yet, but he would look back to you and be like, Gorthos.
Your eyes have not yet failed you. Good.
And I believe you would be Matilda, Princess Matilda of Hyrule. What is it that all of you seem to have brought yourself to me for? Is this about what happened yesterday? Gorthos, you are very meager in that stance.
He does not know what you speak of, but it is.
I had to put on my angry eyes, you see, for this.
I was under the impression he was under the impression we'd be doing things involving magic, but that's not neither here nor there. It is about yesterday. Word has spread to the upper echelons of Hyrule, and well, yes, Matilda's holding it, right? Or is it me?
Jason's holding it.
Jason. Okay, that one's holding it. Well, we come
It
as...
seems that there is quite a... something to have made you so flustered.
We have a missive from King Max regarding regarding your people.
I see.
He motions for all of you to come closer to him.
He will approach, of course.
As the four of you would get basically directly to the bottom of the get out of here, jorts. You guys would get directly to the bottom of the thing there. He would look to the four of you.
If there is a proclamation from the King of Hyrule, then we will gladly accept such a thing. Would you like to read it aloud, or would you like to hand it to me?
Perhaps it's best read aloud.
Then proceed.
As Jason looks to you because you just had asked to potentially get him to go away from here.
I thought we did get him somewhere private already.
Nope, you guys are still at the throne.
Can I recant that real fast?
Yeah.
It's
Go ahead.
because I thought assumptions. It's
No, or
best...
right then, whenever I said to come closer, I had said that you guys go to the foot of the throne as well.
Yeah, right, but it's... We should go somewhere private for this.
He looks to you before looking toward the three of them, seeing Jason fidgeting with a small letter. He would give a smile.
If there is sensitive information there, Gorthos, I have never hid anything from my people before now. Are you sure that this cannot be brought to our attention here? If you would like, I could just read it myself. My eyes are not as good as they used to be, but they're also much better than they used to be.
He gives like a little chuckle.
In this scenario, Gorthos insists upon privacy.
He would look about the people around. He would note that upon hearing that, the children around would be like looking over and seeing what was going on. The two guards at the bottom would be looking rather uncomfortably at him being brought away. However,
if Gorthos insists, I will do so. However, if this is something that I do not deem incredibly difficult, then I will bring it up to everyone else here, if that is fine with you.
If that is your decision afterward, then we will not object.
Then let us be off.
he goes to stand up. Again, you notice both the priestesses would make their way to him as he starts to get up. However, he would get up relatively well, so they would not find much need to go and aid him. You guys would follow the slower king. He is not, completely extremely quick when it comes to moving about. He can move about, but he's not, he can't run. All of you would make
He's a
your way
slow
out
boy.
over toward his cave area, the area that you guys would remember having had them fix the cart that was there, as well as going and meeting him for the first time, passing the bit of tree cover that this area would have, until finally going into the very large cave area where Jason had slept that one time. As you guys would approach and make your way there, King Rog would make his way and bring himself down onto a small chair-like area. It's not even really a chair, it's more like just like a little extension off of the ground, as he would put his hand out toward Jason.
Please, hero, allow me to take whatever burden you have off of you.
Yes, sorry, here. Jason would hand the small scroll-like object over toward him that he would basically be holding within 2 fingers, bringing it back up to him. As he extends it outward, you would see that Jason and Matilda in particular would be somewhat looking very awkward towards you and awkward toward everything. You would see that Zelda is mostly just staring around the room. Seems to like look over toward the extremely large bed, look over toward like all of the large furniture that's here, and they're like, I have never felt this small before.
He just puts like reassuring pats on the shoulders of Matilda, and Jason like, yep, everything will be all right.
If there is any repercussion, I am willing to take whatever needs to be done. This is something that is a cause of my family, after all.
It's good you're willing to do such a thing, Matilda, but there's a difference between taking responsibility and engaging in martyrdom. It's not be hasty with sacrifices and all that. Yes?
Yes, besides, I mean, I'm also here, and I'm as a knight of Hyrule, I cannot allow anything to happen to you. And also, King Rog would never do anything to you. Also that thing.
That is extremely true.
Mm-hmm. Of course. There is quite an interesting energy about this room, however. You see them start fidgeting as they look around, and you remember that King Rog is very much a someone who is taken over by a curse and a bunch of weird magical energies. Matilda is very much just eyes darting around the room, fidgeting about, wanting to check everything out.
There's some magical effects in this room not too long ago. It seems it might be some residual energy.
Of course, I will. Rog, as he would finish reading the decree, he would look toward each of you. You would note a serious expression upon his face. But as he would look down toward all of you, the expression would soften considerably.
Is this all that you were worried about?
Perhaps in hindsight, I should have seen that coming. You are quite different than your father in terms of rulership, after all. He assumes that you would have had the same reaction Gora would have had.
When it comes to my father, he was very adamant about standing out and showing just how unique and powerful our people could be. It was actually my grandfather who had been the first to call himself king in our lands, as we mostly have been keeping ourselves to a bit of a tribal nature up until that point. That being said, my family have been the only kings among the Zora since the beginning of the title. It will be difficult to find someone to take that over. Since I am out of that position, I can only take over as a temporary thing on occasion. I would not be able to do what this requests of me to do. If we were to choose a new king, it would not be someone of my blood. That is the only difficult part I believe this is permitting. The only one of my blood who would even be capable has not made their way out from the waters quite yet. He motions down toward the water below the domain. I do have what I can assume is, by the point of contention from my son, a granddaughter somewhere among the tadpoles. But they are far too young.
You have a grandchild and you did not tell Gorthos immediately!
They are much too small to find currently.
You doubt Gorthos' vision.
If you wish to go and find them, be right ahead. Though, it has been a bit since they were brought here. Perhaps they might have some symbol of a fin at this point.
That's good enough for Gorthos to start taking measurements.
Aggie's like, wait, this man's still having kids at this age? Man's got game. No, it's his son's kid.
But I do not think that she would be able, at this point, to take this. So we would have to find another. I can think of a few candidates.
Well, Gorthos will come to terms with the fact he's a great godfather at the later. Right now, who are your candidates?
Let us see. I would like to say Ronan, though I do not believe this is something he would accept. He has never been one to keep himself at the forefront of the attention of everyone. Very odd for a musician, I know, but he mostly enjoys keeping to himself, playing music, aiding me in whatever I would need, aiding anyone else in whatever they would need. He would be a perfect king, if he would want the position. Though I doubt that he would.
Gorthos has already mentioned such a thing. That he did, in fact, reject him.
I could also speak with Faraday. I believe she would be rather well off as far as keeping things around about this place. Not to mention, I do have several inclinations that, while they are not of my blood, they are definitely one who could be counted among my children. They are relatively well off, though they would argue against me, as they mostly keep themselves protecting the front of the place here, as well as going and guarding the item which is off toward their priestly endeavors. I would also speak of, well, several of those who are unfortunately not here. If I were to think hard enough, it would be rather unorthodox, but rather funny to ask Miss Obera.
It would be quite discordant. Gorthos agrees.
It would be interesting, as that would force Gorthos into a position of royalty, though I believe that in order for things to go rather swiftly and painlessly, I should not think with the comedic mind and more the actual. We could always speak of Adam. I worry for him, just the same as I do for any other. But I will also admit that I feel responsible for him, as most of his life was taken from him by my son, as well as those who had allowed for him to take the diamond spear into his possession. Less than I would speak of his past endeavors, as those were those brought upon by the diamond spear itself. He has seemingly tried to do his very best to protect everything about, not even just here, but also in donning the fairy heart as he did off in the river domain and protecting the people there. I believe putting himself in such danger should allow for some reward.
Adam has only still fairly recently come out of possession of the influence of the Diamond Spirit. He still might be trying to find himself. To thrust such responsibilities on him immediately would perhaps be an unwise decision in the long term.
Potentially. Though, mostly I am hoping that whatever position we give to anyone here will be one of a short position. With Adam or Faraday or any of the others I've mentioned before, the only request I would have of them is that once my granddaughter is of age, they allow her to take the position if she would like it. Though, that is the problem in asking any outside of those, I feel. If I were to ask just anyone in our armies or anyone in our lands, they most likely would not have the connection with me to allow for me to ask such a request.
To give up power like that is too much for some people.
That is one reason I was thinking of Adam, as someone who has already given up great power. Though Faraday is also one that I would say is one that would allow for such. My main pick will always be Ronan. If we can somehow convince him, then that is what I would mostly like. But I also know that that is asking quite a lot.
Indeed.
I will also say there is a slight other thing behind my request for Ronan. If he does become king of the Sea Zora, even just for a brief amount of time, he is also in a relationship with a royal in the River Zora.
An alliance through marriage. Hyrule definitely has an influence in the other tribes. But still.
It is mostly me wanting to rock the boat a bit.
Rose would rather just be tipped all the way over.
Those are my choices. I would say Ronan, Adam, Faraday. If you have any other thoughts of any of the other of my people that could make good use, then I would listen. Or if you can think of any other outside of my own domain, then I would also listen as well. This is not something that I feel is necessarily a bad thing. My son has proven to me yesterday that no matter what I do, I am not able to help him currently. The best I can do is hope, as you have mentioned to me before. If I am somehow lucky enough, the goddess will shine upon me. Looks over toward Zelda. And my son will be brought before before me and whoever is remaining to be king for his transgressions. And at that point will be made to pay for them. Once he has done so, I hope that things can go back to where they were. Maybe even better.
He hopes to say. Though he's curious, who is it that... Who's the mother of your granddaughter?
I was not told anything of the sort, though my assumptions and my feelings of the accountant would be Faraday. That is why I had brought her up as a candidate. She is someone who, once my granddaughter is grown, would very easily and very happily, if I am correct, hand things off to them, not to mention They are loyal enough to me that even if they are not the mother that I suspect they are, they would hand things over nonetheless.
Young prince and a royal guard. Tale as old as time. For as long as such things had existed.
She was one who was very close to my son before he had exiled himself. And once the exile had happened, she had made her way with him for a time, though she returned far before he did. I can only assume because of the way he turned out. There is much she has not told me about their encounters.
Orthos perhaps would like to speak to Adam and Faraday. Perhaps Ronan once more, at least.
If you would
Engage
like,
them.
you can bring them all here, and I could explain to them my own thoughts of the matter as well. I would also love to hear any of their objections or any of the people they might have in thoughts of going for the rule. If any of them have anyone, I would most likely accept just about anything. To be honest, he motions over toward yourself, Gorthos, as well as all the four in front of him. If any of you wish to step up for temporarily, I would think about it as well. It would be interesting to have a vassal of the lands of Hyrule here. Motions over toward Matilda. It would be great to have you yourself here, Gorthos. Motions to you. I would not think that the hero would find much here, but it would be interesting as well. And of course, these lands already belong to the mortal goddess. It does not need to be Azora in my thoughts. As long as they pass things off to my granddaughter, she will be able to leave the ponds within a couple of months, perhaps. Though I would like for them to be able to do what they wished from until they reach true adulthood. Which to you would know would be like fucking like 200 years or fucking whatever.
yeah, I figured.
You know for a fact when it came to Rog here, Rog was given the throne at an extremely young age.
He was only 150.
Less.
He was only 50.
Less.
Man, I picked the worst time to drag Goron off somewhere. I'm just bad at timing.
They grow fast to adulthood, but they also grow slow beyond that.
Right. As fascinating as it would be to see Gortho sitting on a throne,
I know that it is not something you. I know that it is not something you ever bring yourself upon.
And I kind of want to go around places. I don't really. It's a fabulous offer, but I don't think that I'm very suited.
You see Matilda just kind of like looking around.
Yes. The princess has just gained some sorts of independence herself. She would be far hopeful to want to live those out, just as you said for your granddaughter. And for me, no, thank you. I don't know how long I'm going to be here.
Zelda just spits flat out.
It's true. We're still not sure on that one.
Well then, bring any you wish to speak with me to the throne. I will say, none of the information you have given to me right now, Gorthos, is anything beyond I would like to tell my people. They should understand what is going on. In fact, I have already spoken to most here about, unfortunately, what had happened off in the river domain. Most of the adults here have already had it explained to them, and several of them have been dispatched to go and aid the river domain, since there has been undoubtedly a lot of damage.
Well, it's true. It has been outside quite a bit. The best anyone could hope for, though, is to call back all of the soldiers in hiding.
Once we are able to find out who will take the throne, we can write a royal message. If you would like to take that upon the other Zora of the land to see, I'm sure that they would, if they have still a thought in their mind of loyalty, they would return immediately.
Right. You can only hope. I suppose it's time to gather up the candidates, then.
I will await you all at the throne.
It should be the Zora's choice, like everywhere. Well,
If you don't mind, sir.
Matilda just kind of speaks up.
There are some very interesting energies about the area. If you wouldn't mind, me staying for a little bit longer so that I could check things out.
You just notice there's just an actual, just almost empty look in her eyes of excitement.
She's quite excitable.
I do not mind at all. Any of you wish to spend any time here, you have fully my blessing.
Well, you heard him, Gorthos.
Zelda walks over and just sits on the big bed.
You've been waiting for your moment to do that.
You see Matilda just rushing forward, looking at the walls of the cave, trying to see where this strange magical feeling is coming from. Jason's looking toward the both of them, looking back to you.
Perhaps I will watch over them then.
One of those hasn't seen a wizard that's excited about magic since, well, Zora used to have a fun personality.
That is
That
is difficult to think about. The only thing I know about them is what they've done around us. I really cannot wait to meet them, to be honest.
Eternity weighs upon one's shoulders, and, well, more than one would think. Though, she still has a little bit of it peek through now and then. When you get to say the right thing.
It'll be interesting to see them over by their gathering. We also have to make sure that when we go there, we are ready to do whatever Polo wishes. I know that we'll be very close to where her father's final trinket will be.
We'll handle whatever it is. And to be quite honest, he is, despite, well, what he just said, he's deeply, deeply afraid of encountering your glory again.
I will be on my best guard.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and optimism. But yes, speaking of gatherings, he should go and get them right after he finds his great-grandchild. Where is she?
That could take a long time, Gorthos.
She can't be that standoff. She can't stand out that. She must stand out somewhat. Look at you. And your child. Your bright red.
I will have someone look for the tadpoles while you are gone.
Well, he better hope you would. See, honestly, wrong after everything.
I thank you for bringing such news to me, Gorthos, and I'm sure that she will be excited to see you when she does.
We shall both be. He wonders if he should be smaller or larger. First impressions are everything. He just says that and starts pondering as he walks out.
As you make your way out, you would find that most people in the main area would be still very concerned about their king having just left. However, you would see that Rog would make his way out a little bit after you. They would make their way over to him. You would be allowed to just basically go about wherever you'd like to go. Upon returning, you want to make your way to the river domain?
Yeah. Let's go.
Alrighty. Speaking of the river domain, hello, my boys.
Buh.
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 That went down a lot easier than anyone expected it to. As you guys would make your way, you would find that all of you would come out from the main little hut that you guys had found before. Stepping up from the stairs in the backyard, you guys would see that several River Zora, as well as, from what you can tell, a bunch of the help from the bandits would be about the area currently. There would be people going about messing with the different huts, trying to get things settled and fixed going forward. You would find that even some Sea Zora are among the people that are around. Go get them, Jim O'Malley.
They got here quick.
They are the people. They're literally just like to the south of the village. And as soon as somebody was like whenever the queen was in danger of fucking lava, and then she's just like, go help. They're like, yes, because harem bandits do everything they say. Anyway.
No, I was talking about the Sea Zora.
Oh, they're also there.
Gotcha.
Knuckles and some of the others, they were from the first envoy that was the ones that were off in this area. So like you would find that even where's he at? Ruben, there he is. Ruben should have been a candidate. What the hell?
Oh,
man?
from the ones that were at the temple. Okay.
Yeah. Bloop. 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 You know what? No, Ruben, you come talk to the fish lady. Anyway, as you guys would make your way out into the square of the place, you would see that it is quite lively in town today, despite the music.
What music?
Don't worry about it. Your boss music start up now. One thing you guys would hear upon coming out is you guys would hear off to the northeast of your hut. You would hear the sounds of slamming quite a bit, as you would find that there is Dolan in front of the main entrance to this hut up here that you know to be Obra's kind of one of their huts. They have apparently used this hut currently to be holding on to the Dodongo that they had captured.
Oh, I see. Oh, they're working away at the leather. I see.
Well, they haven't done anything to it yet.
Yeah, well, that was their plan. I remember.
Not the live one.
Oh, that's the live one.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's why you
okay.
hear slamming and stuff from the inside.
I see.
But yes, as you guys would make your way out, what would you guys like to do?
I guess
Let's use
Right
the
on.
Riverlands. There we go.
off to the palace. I don't know what we call it. Off to the place where your mom is.
Yeah, we can definitely go there first. Are all of you coming as well?
Saying
make
to
sure here I am.
Marco and Polo.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
What?
I'm sure that, given the circumstances, she won't make us have to wait. Though I wouldn't put it past her.
She starts walking.
I mean, we're not in any rush.
I wouldn't fucking put it past her, I guess.
Fucking bitch.
Let me find where I threw them. There they are.
I love my mom, that fucking bitch.
Absolute fucking bitch. You guys would find making your way up toward the housing area. They don't appear to be there. As you go up toward the palace-like area, there doesn't appear to be anyone currently there. Upon looking about and asking about the area, people tell you that they are over toward the tea gardens. As you guys find your way off to that direction, you would find that there are more workers here as well that would seem to be looking about the area. Let me go ahead and grab literally everyone else. Come here, freaking Asalandro. I don't know, that's his name, man. Somebody named him that. Vroom. Look at all these workers. Look at all these peoples doing their best.
They're all doing it. Look at them go.
They doing.
Just gonna put Squirrel off in the corner here.
They are not helping.
I do nothing.
You're all scary.
Every one of you are big.
Every person alive is scary.
As you guys would find yourselves going off toward the tea gardens, upon entering, you see that there are very little in River Zora who are here. The only one that is actually around, other than the queen, is her archer guard. They seem to be off and about, checking the place out, keeping an eye on her in particular. You find that that the Harem Bandit Queen is basically yelling out to her people, telling them to fix different things. You see that most people are over by where the lava has started to spew out, and are keeping different kinds of potions along them, as they are basically just trying to pick it out. They have all their tools trying to move the igneous rock out of the way. And they have potions where if they ever reveal any sort of problem or any sort of thing, they would pour upon it. As you guys would step on in, you would also note that Adam is also here, off by where the main section of everything is. He is also aiding with a large pickaxe, mostly given to him probably by the bandits, going about things as well. Beside of him, you would find that there is the one that's most likely giving all the potions about. You would find Pan, holding on to potions and aiding in his own little endeavors. Upon stepping in, the first person you guys would see would be the queen.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh. Hello. How are you doing? Are you okay?
I was expecting that things went well whenever I had seen Adam return. However, no one had made their way to entirely impress upon me the ending of your little endeavor.
Right.
Might I ask what happened up on the plateau?
Just a little bit of skydiving is all.
I had heard that.
I mean,
Several of my
yeah.
scouts had came back noting that the two of you were falling to your death.
The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Well, we got there. He was there. We found that we was a lot stronger than we thought. Couldn't really do a ton to him.
I was unfortunately regretting that information. I have been given, again, more note from my scouts that that man had apparently flown off over Death Mountain.
He did. That did happen. Hence the skydiving.
Are all of you all right? I had heard whenever you had returned, you see that the queen makes their way over toward Polo. I had heard that you were in rather dire straits. If there's anything that I can do, you have performed very admirably for me. And I would like to maintain any sort of relations, especially with the idea that you have done everything you could to protect everything for my domain's sake. I thank you.
All we would ask is that you accept this sweet vine.
You hand off a sweet vine to them?
I pulled like 4 of those last game to bring with us to the domain.
They're off. They're off at the. I had to move everything around, so yeah, I did. I'll grab some sweet vines.
Yeah, they're right here. Unless they were like
If
Oh,
we
yeah,
find,
no,
if we
here,
find,
here,
if we find 4 other, okay,
It's right here.
okay. As you bring out what appears to be just this like little satchel of sweet vine, they look to it. Well, what is this?
Like I had promised. You wished to try out the sweet vine of a Decuhydra.
Right, you had mentioned that you had your pet Decuhydra working with these. I would be very, very fine with doing such a thing. In fact, if you wouldn't mind, how are you feeling this morning? Or I guess this evening.
I mean, I have had better days, but I think I will be perfectly fine with just another day or so of respite.
Then I will have one of my own. Go and try to make some tea with one of these, if you would not mind sharing some with me.
Of course.
She motions over toward the Archer Riverzora. As she makes her way forward, she will take the sweet vine. She will look to you guys. Upon noting you guys are here, she no longer has to watch the queen like a hawk, so she does walk away and make her way over toward what is still a completely decorated table with a bunch of things upon it. Some of which have been kicked over from Marco's stunts, but other than that. Mother, we come with some news as well. Is that so? Looks around at you.
Yes. So, word has come down from the King of Hyrule.
Oh, yes?
Is
there anything he is asking of us? I know that we have...
Not of you.
Hmm?
Of us, gestures to himself.
Oh.
Gidon is to be stripped of his position as king, and a new one is to be selected.
I humbly accept.
That... We were...
She was so ready for that.
You did not even have to fucking ask.
No, thank you, Mother. Well.
But we would like to ask if you could be part of the selection process.
Selection process? You want me to make my way to our sister domain?
I mean, I suppose we could arrange for it to be had here.
How has King Rog taken this information?
Well, we split up. Gorthos has been giving him that information, and I assume, given how well Rog takes most things, that it probably is going over okay, at least.
My people had said that whenever all of you had made your way away, he looked rather down earlier today.
This incident with Gidon, this
will there
declaration of war...
Will there be a banquet of sorts, I'm guessing? Just as I have provided for him?
That can be arranged.
Then I will make my way to our sister tribe's domain in order to check upon not only the oppressive silver floors of that place, but also to check upon himself and make sure that he is doing well enough. If he truly is going to be stripping his son of his title, then there is nothing that I should be upset at him for.
All right then. Thank you.
It is the literal least I can do for all of you protecting our domain, I suppose. Are you sure that I'm not in the running? I will take it right now.
I don't know what's gonna happen when we start this.
I doubt that a River Zora is going to be in charge of the sea domain, Mother.
She shrugs.
I mean, you can't knack her for trying, as they say.
Oh, I can, but I see what you mean. I just don't think that she's up to the challenge of running 2 separate domains is all. Is that true, my daughter? You fail to see any sort of understanding of what it is to rule this place as long as I have? I could run the Sea Zora domain in my sleep. Oh, like you have been running this one in your sleep. You are correct, Mother.
The two of them smile at each other, but
Marco just sees the lightning strike between the two of them as their eyes meet, as like the scene just gets incredibly oppressive.
That being said, Marco, is it?
Yes, it is.
If you would not mind, I also have much things to speak to you about back at my own hut, if you would like.
Okay.
If you have any time away from any of them here, I would love to bring up what I would wish to bring up. Though, if you'd like to wait, I could also wait until we are done with whatever demanding positions we're doing here.
He just looks to the others like he's not entirely sure what more is needed.
I mean, this is basically what we came here for.
I see. Well then, if you would, all of you would wait here. I'm sure the tea will be done momentarily, Polo. I will return as well in just a moment, and hopefully, we can discuss when I'll be making my way to the sea domain then. Come, Marco.
They just start walking.
Yes, ma'am. He just shrugs and goes follow.
You make your way off with the River Zora Queen. Upon doing so, the rest of you are still here. What would you like to do? Currently, there are not a lot of humongous things around. Most everybody here is trying to just get rid of the mess that was caused and try to move out things that were broken. You guys are basically allowed to do whatever you wish. If you'd like to interact with anyone here or make your way back toward the area and wait for Marco.
Ronan doesn't have anything in particular in mind.
Polo? You want to wait for your tea and then go and wait for Marco?
She said that the other Zora have the skinning of the Dodongos. She thought she'd be able to help them with that, but if they've
you could ask any of them here where they're doing such a thing.
Yeah, she'd probably look into that. Probably see if she can help them with the Dodongo skinning.
Okay. You look around and try to find anybody you can ask about such a thing. Upon stepping forward, you feel like the ones who would know the most about it would be either her archer guard that is currently making tea, or potentially the bandit queen.
Okay. Probably the archer guard.
You make your way off toward them as they look as if they are taking one of your sweet vines. They seem very confused at it for a moment and then just kind of shrug and start slicing it very thinly as they are looking to distill it and try to make something from it. As you approach, they would look behind and notice you.
Hail, champion of Hyrule. What can I do for you?
I was curious. I had heard that the juvenile Dodongos were going to be skinned by the local hunters here. I was wondering if maybe they needed any sort of assistance.
I believe that most of them have been brought over toward a destroyed hut off in the main domain. If you would like to go and check them out, you definitely are able to. Though I will say, our hunters are very adept at what they do.
Oh, then merely just to see their practices on how they go about skinning something that large, then. I'm always willing to learn any new techniques I can.
Of course.
In fact, if you don't mind, she looks toward the tea just as it's beginning to get going. She makes her way and grabs onto a small crystalline device next to her. As she looks to it, she looks back to you. She hands off what appears to be the small crystalline device. This is my gem, if you would not mind bringing it to them.
Yes, of course.
We have currently heard that the mother and father of the Dodongo that had attacked our village are currently performing any sort of rituals they might need up upon the plateau. We would rather like for none of the smells of the freshly butchered Dodongo to make their way up into the mountains. I have enchanted this with a small spell of wind, and I would like for it to be able to perhaps blow any sort of smells that may come from the skinning process down toward the south, if you would like. That being said, I was rather impressed with what I had heard about your bowmanship.
Yes?
My ally, I'm sure you have seen her, had said that she was enchanting arrows for you whenever you were fighting earlier.
Oh, yes, of course.
You are rather adept at using magical arrows. Have you tried using any witch arrows before?
No. I'd say this was my first time, handling explicitly enchanted arrows.
Oh, those were not witch arrows. Those were just enchanted. We have a certain type of arrows that we use from the wood around the domain that we like to perform enchantments on. They are rather adept and well at taking in magical energies. They outperform regular enchantments, usually twofold.
And you call them witch arrows?
Mm-hmm. It is something that we do keep in a bit of short supply, so as not to spread them too far. But I have been given permission by my lady to allow for any of them to be shown to you if you would like.
Yes, of course. I am always interested in new artillery.
Then, if you would allow a couple of days, I will have to go and find the particular amount of wood that we usually use for these arrows, though I have also heard that you have a steady source of Dekubaba.
We have access to the Kukiri wood, and, I still have several more of those, so if I wish to plant another Deku Hydra, I could.
The Dekubaba of the River Domain, while they are able to be used, most of them have been hunted to, near extinction around this area. They were rather much a pain for any travelers that would make their way here from Hyrule, as well as a pain for our hunters to keep track of, as they would most likely throw themselves in league with the Lizalfos during any conflicts. So unfortunately, the ones that we have here are unable to be hunted too much. If you were to find your own source of Dekubaba and bring their long stems here, we could allow for the production of more witch arrows if you would like.
Of course. I could commune with some in the Kokiri Woods and see how I could procure some.
Then, if you would ever like to do so, please find me.
Thank you, Miss,
Kissur.
Kissur. Okay.
And
Thank
you are
Miss
Polo,
Kissur.
correct? I will see you later then. Also,
Thank you.
I am not used to these sweet vines of yours. Should I do anything to distill their flavor, or is it fine to just mix them as if regular tea?
It's kind of hard to... I've never quite brewed these before as a tea. Usually I thought tea had to be dried and then it's seeped in water.
Through
but
magical
I'm
means,
guessing...
we are able to dry out most things that we are messing around with. I am currently just trying to bring any sort of antitoxins from the actual liquid itself. I believe that the sweetness mostly seems to be coming from the liquid instead of the vine, though I could be wrong.
I thought the sweetness was within the vine.
This is why I would love to have your opinion on things.
I am used to working with monster parts and different kinds of cooking and other things of that nature, but it is not my expertise to work with these in particular. I just wanted to know if they were volatile in any way or if they were something I could experiment with.
No, they're not volatile in any way that I know of. If anything, they're really good in terms of taking off really bad aftertastes from medicines.
Really? Perhaps they would be useful in performing such deals in teas and other things as well, then. There is a particular type of tea that we usually avoid, as it does have some medicinal properties, but it is very unpleasant. Perhaps this would be a good way to get around that.
Make it more palatable.
I will not have your tea ready for you tonight, then. If you would like for me to experiment with things, I'd actually very much like to try it with that tea, if you would not mind.
Sure, by all means.
Thank you. They would just need to, by the way, take the crystalline spell there and hold it toward the south. Just make sure that they do not allow for any, anything to escape to the north.
Right.
Another rampage is not something we would like. Thank you. I will see you later, then.
Thank you.
And she will go where she was directed to go.
Okay. Ronan, Polo is leaving. At the moment, you are still around this area. Is there anything you'd like to do while you're waiting, or just kind of wait?
While they're waiting, I guess he would just like go to Obra,
Be like, hey, so
She's
I
the
have an
worst,
idea.
right?
It's a thing. She's something.
You could just agree with me. It's fine.
Yeah, you're right.
She
I keep
smiles
wanting
at
to
that.
not be rude, but
She smiles at that as she looks back to you. What's up? Do you want anything here? I'm sure that most things here have been destroyed due to everything that's going on, but there is still some food that remains, I suppose.
yeah, sure. That's that. I'm down for whatever you want to do. Honestly,
To be fair, I am most likely going to adjourn myself very soon to the sea domain. Seeing my home in such a state, while it is sad, it's also very busy. I'm not used to having such people around.
that's fine. We can go there.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, no. I'm so upset to go to my home.
Well, then, shall we?
Yeah, let's go. But and just as they're walking, he would just be like, so like, you know how we got like this big like burst of energy from this like little triangle thing that we got?
Yeah, I've been rather still feeling it quite a bit.
Yeah, I've been like, I just kind of like, I don't know what I was thinking about what to do with it, because I'm just like, I got to do something, you know. And I was wondering if you could maybe in this little break that we have talked about having, thanks to Charcoal's suggestion, maybe, you know, teach me some of your magic-y things.
You would like to learn how to perform magic. You want to be a magician?
Yeah.
I mean, you already have a catalyst, I suppose. You do know that River Zora magics are somewhat different than other magics about, right?
I mean, I've seen some of the stuff you guys can do.
Most of our pure elementaline magic comes from our own our own biology. You yourself are able to perform small fireballs because of that thing I was able to give to you, but that's mostly, I guess, tied to me. You wouldn't be able to perform any of the grand things that I've seen that many of your people call magic, especially watching Gallon with his rather flamboyant explosions and magics about that he has done. You saw the magic that I am mostly capable of, the invisibilities, the small abjurations, things of that nature. The rest of my people are very adept at enchanting. I could also show you some of that, but when it comes to actual... She seems like very, very much making some excuses. When it comes to things that would actually be very useful to you, I'm not sure exactly what I can show you.
I think all the things that you've shown me are very useful.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like, that invisibility thing saved your life. It saved. I'd say we got. It was useful getting into my domain as well, and like the enchantment thing was crazy useful. Look at what that did. I really like, and I mean, there was obviously the thing you did when we first met, where you made that thing. That's the first time I'd ever really seen any kind of magic at all. And I thought it was
the fabrication I did.
Yeah. That was super cool.
If it is just those types of magic, I suppose I would be capable enough to teach you.
Anything you have to teach, I want to learn.
You see that there is a slight a bit of an aghast about them, as they're not really sure why you're wanting to learn such things. She looks to you with a bit of a smile.
No one else in my domain really sees much of a use to those little spells I can do. Most everyone likes to channel their raw elemental energies into things, and what I can do is usually not seen as very useful here.
That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I mean, like, sure, the big explosion stuff it's useful, sure, but other things are these things are just as useful, depending on the situation.
My people are very they are very militaristic with their abilities. If something doesn't cause destruction, it is very hard for them to understand how well it can be used. I guess early on, because of the place I had showed you, I found that destructive magics weren't always the be-all end-all. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even put a crack in those walls. Maybe that's why I started doing other types of magic.
Well, I think we're definitely better off that you ended up learning stuff like that.
I mean, basically any sort of training you would have as a magician would at least make those little fireballs you can do a little bit stronger, even if you can't find a use for the other things I teach you.
I'm sure I'll find something.
Sure then. Let's it'll take a little bit of time to get you ready to use them for any big thing. Are you sure?
Yeah, this is...
Then I'll stop asking you. I'm sorry.
This is... I mean, not only do I want to know just to, have more useful things in the old toolkit, but it's a way to feel closer to you. So, I'm down to learn.
Yeah. Then we'll start tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds great.
You are wonderful, you know?
No, you.
How dare!
You gave me permission now. I'm gonna do that every time you say something like that.
As you guys start to make your way back toward the sea domain, first thing we will do, Marco. Papa. Well, I guess he's dead. He's dead forever.
Oh no.
Marco's dead and gone.
Deceasant.
Too bad.
Well, we'll go to Polo first then. Polo. Eh. You would make your way back toward the main part of the river domain. Upon looking around, you would hear the thumpings and crashings coming from the area off to the northeast of your hut, as you're decently sure that there's probably no skinning happening there.
Yeah.
But you would note that they had talked about the skinning part of things being over toward one of the destroyed huts. As you would make your way around, there's only really one destroyed hut that you see about the area. Bloop.
Mm-hmm.
Upon getting there, you would find that there were a couple of bandits about trying to collect different things, and a couple of River Zora going into the waters and bringing more mud as well as other things about to try to help with the foundation of such a thing. You do, however, find, just looking at the actual thing itself, you see both of the rather large Zora that were remaining, the ones that seem to be having gone through the thing, the same thing as Dolan. They seem to be standing about with the large Dodongo bodies strewn about them. You would see that upon gathering everything, there are about 5 Dodongo carcasses amongst the people here, which were a few more than the ones that, basically a few of the ones that were around the place. You guys know that you guys took out about 5 of them. There are the two that were behind the area here. There were the 2 that were fighting over here. There were the 2 that were here, but one of them were saved.
Yeah.
As you would approach, they would be currently not skinning any of them, seemingly as if they were waiting, most likely waiting for the amulet you were just given.
Yeah.
As you would approach, you would find that Orion would be going and sniffing them. Going and sniffing the Dodongos. If. But you would find Piers and Bondo in front of you.
She would hold up the amulet to them like she was told to.
Oh, thank you. Bring that here, please, champion.
Yes.
You would make your way forward. The 2 of them would step in. Bondo would take the amulet, as well as seemingly look toward your dog. It seems he is very interested in the carcasses as well.
He probably is picking up something rather odd. Are you, Orion?
If. You see, as he's smelling about it, you see him bring out his tongue and start licking the scales.
Are you hungry?
I would not advise having him chew into them quite yet. The Dodongo scales are quite hard. We're gonna have to descale them before we do anything with their leathers. You see Piers look over to you. You had mentioned you were a hunter, correct?
Yes, but I only have a bit of a brief knowledge from Dodongo since they are native to my homeland. But I'd never gone about skinning one.
It is not a common practice, I've heard, through most of the Hylian races off to the east of here, or I guess west of here. West of here. Whenever we have gone about doing such things, we had heard about it actually coming from far off to the south. Though whenever we asked about that,
it seemed that they were more using them with a special kind of Dodongo there that did not have such thick scales. Fortunately for us, when it comes to our own anatomy, we are adept enough at dealing with scales, as you can most likely see.
Considering you have to descale them in order to properly skin them, what do you do with the scales?
Mostly we cause them to return to where they once were. We take them and spread them apart in the rivers throughout the domain. If there's anything you can think of better, we can associate something else.
Well, you do have quite the amount of witches here in this village. Have they never considered using them in their brews as monster pots?
Well, occasionally they do go and find such things, though most times whenever people wish to perform any sort of works with their brew, they try to take in more elemental energies about the place. Some of them go and dig up the scales after we bury them, for example. They believe that they are more in tune with the spirits of water that way.
I see.
That being said, the scales do serve a separate purpose. Whenever we build up enough scales throughout the rivers, the smell of them usually keeps Lizalfos from traveling upriver.
Oh, it could be used as a Lizalfos propellant.
It appears that through either just not liking the smell or perhaps sensing the danger that the Dodongo had gone through to end in such a state, usually is enough to keep them away, though we do still occasionally have to fend off Lizalfos from the south.
I had heard that the Temple of the Sun has a bit of a Lizalfos problem lately. It could be well worth it to utilize these scales for that.
We were actually waiting for Dolan to return so that we can make a bit of a trek down to the south because of those rumors. Apparently, the Queen's friend, the Bandit Queen of the village to the west, has mentioned that there was a bit of a strange encounter they had with the man that was in charge of that place. We were going to be sending myself, Bondo, and Dolan down to check the area out very soon.
I see. I know it is because of that same situation that a friend of mine is not able to visit the temple.
Friend of yours?
It is
Your mate, then? You are taking quite a long while to respond, so I also was assuming your mate.
Something's up. I am adjusting to changes.
Is there anything that they wish to retrieve from the temple? We could try to find it while we are there. Or if you would like, we could, if your mate has any skills, we could potentially ask them to come with us.
They are a sage. They wished to commune with the god of the sun.
Oh. I believe that it has been quite a long time since I have ever accompanied a sage for their pilgrimage. At least around 40 years or so.
I had considered myself potentially accompanying them.
If it's something that you would like to go off and do as well, we would be more than happy to keep ourselves aligned with those. If you would like to make your way as well. It would be an honor to travel with a champion, especially one that is an accomplished hunter as yourself.
No need for the compliments. I still consider myself quite budding and inexperienced.
They're just kind of staring at you. Seeing the arrow marks among the Dodongos about this place, the ones that you had dealt with the large one up above, I would not consider what you did inexperienced, but if you still feel as that way, I hate to assume what your stronger hunters are capable of.
Well, it seems that hunting prowess is an innate talent within my family, but I think I'm merely just tapping into that and have not yet truly refined my abilities.
If you
a
ever
work in
wish to go on a
progress.
hunt with us, then we will be more than happy to assist.
I would love to trap another bear.
A bear. We can go and hunt. We can go and hunt a bear rather easily, I believe.
Yes, I promised I would. I promised I would make a cloak out of a bear.
There
So
are
I
not
need
many
to find-
bears around this area, but I have been told that you have ways of maneuvering your ways all throughout Hyrule.
Yes. We have a connection from our home to the Kokiri Woods, and up the mountain. Mm-hmm.
If you
Quite a
ever
ways.
wish to go on a hunt and you would like any company, we could accompany you.
Yes, of course. I am.
The social anxiety of having to talk to people about hunting stuff, where she's usually so used to being the only hunter. She's like, other hunters, what the fuck do I do?
You see that with them, you see that Bando, throughout all of this, is literally just setting up the gym that he was given atop the large staff that he has adorned. You see him sticking it into the waters just beyond the place. Mostly Piers is speaking with you. But Bando is given his 2 cents every now and then.
Yeah. It's just like, I've never truly talked to another hunter.
If you believe
stupid.
If you believe yourself to be inexperienced, is there anything in particular that you are trying to work on?
Well, mostly procuring better cuts of meat.
So
culinary-
you are one who hunts for your own food, then?
Food and procurement of elements so that I can make clothing.
Whenever we are done skinning the Dodongo here, as well as the ones that are throughout the other parts of the domain, we will be having quite a number of the different scales that we will be using. I could say that we could part with some of them. We've already been told to give the leathers off to you.
I'm also quite curious about the meat.
If you would not mind waiting a little bit of time, then we could begin. Whenever we begin skinning the Dodongo, we could have you accompany us. Currently, we mostly have to set up. He motions over toward the staff, and then start going about descaling them.
Okay then.
Have you ever descaled anything before?
Only fish.
You see, both of them have a horrified look on their blank.
Only fish.
Only Zora. No.
Sorry, I don't have scales.
But no, as they look to you, they're like, "Well, then you're more than welcome to stay here if you wish."
Of course. I would absolutely love to.
I would say that you would most likely have to take care of your. They now get a better look at Orion. Your spirit. Lick, lick, lick,
He's
lick, 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 lick.
He is, you're not off the mark. He is in fact a spirit. It is quite a long story.
Hold on a moment. You see Piers actually lean down to look at him for a second. As he does, it's beyond my expertise. He just looks over toward Bando. Could you come here for a moment? Check this thing out. What is it? Oh, it appears that your dog has gone through a similar transformation to us.
Oh?
I can sense the energies of the golden goddesses flowing through it.
Just holds up Orion.
What?
You remember that Orion once held the Emerald Eye, which is one of the 3 treasures. And you know
Yes.
that these guys have been transformed from one of those 3 treasures as well.
Oh, yeah.
They don't know that, though.
Well, I mean, you did once have the Kokiri treasure as your eye.
Kokiri's treasure.
Have you heard the tale of the Emerald Eye of the Lost Woods?
I can't say that I have, but is that what we see here before us?
It is normally in the form of a large wolfos.
Ah, so I suppose their transformation is the opposite of ours then.
She's just holding up Orion, and then she's like looking around, and it's just like,
just hold on.
just like walks over, puts him down.
Okay, do it.
He just looks to you confused. What do you mean? He can't do anything like I'm playing. Can you imagine if he just started gaslighting you in front of these guys?
That's definitely an Emerald Eye thing.
As he embiggens himself, you would hear the bandits behind you who are gathering things like like they're backing up and doing things. You would find that both Piers and Bando would be looking at him. Oh, so his transformation is closer to ours than it seems.
Yes, more so. This is more so, his true form. It's just, the little one is just so, well, I can't walk into town with this.
Of course. It rather seems, as I look at, like, the bits of him that are very much dead, I would think that this would be very, shocking to some people, yes.
He can't help it.
No,
Maybe.
I do not think so, though looking at him, perhaps there is more that you can do for him.
Maybe make him a little more presentable in this form?
Perhaps, if you were to want to keep him around this size, you could maybe find some way to give him some sort of clothing or leathers or maybe even armor. To at least cover up some of the more, decaying bits.
What would you think of that, Orion? Maybe look a little more lively, as they would say.
The only problem I can see with this is the fact that he would be transforming. You would see that Bando would like go over him and like look him over. You would have to find some sort of material that either would transform with him, or every time he transformed, you would have to make sure that you are going to redon him.
I did recently procure some fabric with some magical properties. We could probably try to appraise those, although I'm not sure it would quite work. Maybe even just something as simple as a glamour potion.
A lot of the areas about this place, they have to deal with very rapidly changing physiques. We have several ways of messing about with things. I'm sure there's a tailor about somewhere, off in the other areas about this, about the domain. If you ask them, perhaps they can give you more information, though it might be more of a actual magic thing than any enchanting. Maybe there's another tailor of such in Hyrule that can aid you?
Yes, we do know of another tailor.
The reason I bring this up to you is that this could be a decent amount of what you might want to work with the scales that we have about us. Monsters, when feasting upon other monster parts, usually get themselves a bit more of the malice about them, though it should be the same, just giving details about themselves. If you were to have a monster, for example, adorn other monster parts, perhaps it could also give a similar effect. I don't know about this one, since it seems to already be deceased, but that doesn't seem to have stopped it, so perhaps the same thoughts remain.
It is very likely so. I mean, you seem rather keen to gorge on some Dodongo scales, don't you?
Looks back toward them. Notices it could probably eat them now. Licks lips.
Don't size them up.
We will go about holding on to as many of the scales as we can for now, then. Most likely we won't have to worry too much about bringing any scales over toward the rivers quite yet. Oh, there he goes again. Look at him.
I just want to get like a sound effect of someone letting go of a balloon so it deflates.
It's something we could think about over the time being, and if you would like to talk with us more about it while we are skinning these animals, then we could figure more things out. A monster part armor seems extremely, while many people have done it before, it seems extremely interesting to throw onto a monster itself. I believe the only times we've ever seen anything like that is when the Hinoxes try to adorn themselves.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen a Hinox before.
They are quite scarce about the area. Most of us try our best to avoid them when possible. There is one among our domain, further off to the south. I believe even further than the Sun Temple. He migrates every now and then, though we have mostly been able to keep him closer toward the lake.
I see.
That
Well,
being
then
said,
we'll make sure.
motions over toward. I just kind of like brings himself over toward the gym again. If you want to spend some time helping us to scale these, then he brings out a small wooden knife. Hope you have the right tools.
Just pulls out the Sheikah knife that she has.
Do you want to aid them in trying to descale some of these Dodongos?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Why don't you, while you are doing this, since you've never done this before, I would like you to go ahead and roll me. We're not going to add in your demonic presence, your thing to this. Just go ahead and roll me for your diligence, just flat out.
Alrighty.
That's pretty
19.
fucking good.
That's really fucking good.
You start like trying to mess about it. They are much thicker and much tougher than any scales you've ever worked with. But the Sheikah knife you have is able to basically go through them rather easily. You remember whenever Roki had handed this off to you and how much animosity there was between the two of you at the time. But you find that the scales themselves, as you are going to, as soon as you start thinking of it like descaling a fish, you start going underneath into the slight bit of sinew that's between them, and you are able to very readily take out large chunks of these without much difficulty.
Yeah.
They seem impressed by your skills. You're doing quite well. When it comes to scaling these things, they have 5 here, and if you decide to do any more during the downtime that I'm thinking you guys are wanting to take, we'll talk more about that later. But I think that we are very easily able to think that you're able to scale these without any difficulty. We won't lose any scales. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
As you are going about descaling these and looking about the actual leathery skin beneath and the slight plumpness that some of them have to them, you start looking about like, oh man, maybe I can make some fucking steaks out of these or something.
Freaking. Well, that's the thing. It's just like how tough is the Dongo meat?
We're about to find out. Maybe later.
Freaking like that. Like what this tail do? How much meat on this tail?
And then you find out it's the Wagyu of the Zelda world.
The Wagyu of the Zelda world.
Yeah.
We need to fucking hunt these things to extinction. I mean, anyway.
These things are 2,000 rupees, I hear.
As you go about doing that, we'll move over to Marco. Since we tried to move to Marco earlier.
I'm sorry, things are happening. It's very annoying. I apologize.
I'm playing, my dude. I'm playing. Marco, you would find yourself in sheer silence because the songs stopped. So I'm just gonna press a button. There we go. As you would follow the Riverzora Queen back to their hut, they seem to step up and just walk directly forward, going inside. Would you like to wait out here, or do you want to go in the hut?
I believe she said she wanted to see me in her hut, if I'm remembering correctly.
Probably.
So he will follow in after her. She didn't specifically say to wait.
You make your way up. As you do, you find that the River Zora Queen seems to stop about the area, looks around before finally making their way over toward the area that they had kept Adam a part of. Stepping off and to the side of the area, she looks back to you. Are you coming?
He will follow. Sorry, I wasn't expecting there to be more.
Well, there's not much more, though I did want to show you something of what you had protected while you were here.
Oh?
As she motions to the area behind where her throne and everything is, you look back behind. As you find, looking back here,
I find that she pushes me from behind as I fall into a pit, as she patches squats up above. It's just good business.
You find a pair of 2 chests back here.
Oh.
I can get them to actually line up.
All you've done is just layered them on top of each other.
There we are. Perfect. As you would look back and you would find that there are 2 rather ornate looking chests, wooden chests out behind this place. She would motion to them. These are filled with some items that I believe that are very, well, protected by our people. They belong to my mother. As she stepped forward, going over toward them.
I see.
When it comes to River Zora, we are very long-lived, just like our sister tribes. So these back here have not been opened in quite a while, though. As all River Zora, my mother was a very accomplished magician as well, a very accomplished witch. So I believe that anything that is hidden inside of them would be entirely preserved as far as things are concerned. People had mentioned that you were a thief.
Yes, that is one of my many occupations.
Well, I would like to offer you one of these 2 chests. If you can open them.
All right, then.
They have not been opened in quite a while. I have found no need of them. I would like for you to pick a chest, and then I would like you to open them both.
All right, then. I'll pick the left one.
The left one?
Yes.
Is there anything in particular, reason as to why?
It's just a very old saying that good adventurers go left.
Of course. All right. You don't want to check them both out then? You just want to take the left one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can describe them after. You can describe them both now that I've confirmed which one I'm going for.
As you make your way to the left, you start leaning down as if you're ready to do things. As she does step in the way and stop you. The other one first. I want you to open the one that you want the thing out of second. That way I know that you can at least open them. Not to mention,
then.
I would like to understand what exactly was left to me as well.
All right, then. He will go to open this one instead.
You make your way over toward a chest in front of you. This chest appears to be adorned in several sides of it with a golden sheen. You're not sure if it is pure gold, goddess metal, or maybe even just some kind of coating. But the rest of the actual chest itself seems to be mostly wooden, just with a golden lock, a golden area about the sides, and appearing to be a golden symbol of the same symbol you had seen from the Zora's treasure whenever it was brought to your attention. As you bring your way over to it, this is the one you want to give to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, and as you are going over to it, give me a diligence.
Diligence. Let's see here. Because I have everything set up. I'll just drag it over here and down here. There we go. And you know what? I'm feeling spicy, so I'll use one of my very special goddess tokens that I recently gotten.
I see. Looking it over, you bring your tools together. You get ready to go about it. You're going to get a plus 5 onto it.
For a total of +7 for this roll. Hell yeah.
First roll.
Lucky number 7.
That's a 7. Final roll.
Second
unless you
roll.
want to put anything else into it.
Anything else to put into it?
Mostly just other goddess tokens if you wanted to put more.
Oh. All right then. If you're gonna let me.
As long as we aren't at the end of the rolls, you can do whatever you want.
Hell yeah, I will put in 2. There we go.
2 more chances.
Second
then?
roll.
That's
15.
pretty okay.
And the final roll. The final big funny roll. Whatever will it be, guys? Wait a minute. I need to do the method.
Okay.
So 15 plus 7, that is.
I believe
23?
Lindo told you you should like have a week off of the method to try to let it recharge, and then you just nat 1 with it. What the hell, man?
I know that's on me. So 23 altogether, I believe.
As you make your way over toward the thing, you bring your tools to the chest. Upon messing about with it for a little bit longer than you would expect to, you do eventually hear a small click as the lock gives way. As you go to open it, you start going do 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 do. She puts her hand down and holds it closed.
If you want to look at it yourself and then have me look away, that's fine, I guess.
You have one more to do right over here.
All right then. And you will go over and look at this chest, the one that he picked, the one that where good adventurers go left.
Exactly. You make your way over to it. It doesn't seem to have any gold upon it like the other one does. As you look to this chest in particular, it seems to be adorned with several gems throughout it. The gems themselves seem to be very bright green in nature and appears to have several different adornments and sizes about them. Looking at the wood of the chest, it also seems to be much different. The other one seems to be made of solid planks of wood. This one seems to be made of several pieces of wood, almost just put together, almost reminding you of like a log cabin or something.
Oh, interesting chest.
As you go
like a log cabin.
As you go to open it, go ahead. Give me another diligence check.
Let's just do this.
Just all 3.
Wait, was it? Did you have me do 2 rolls there?
Hmm?
Did you have me do 2 rolls or 1 roll? I forget.
For
to
what?
Opening it.
Oh, what?
Never mind. I'm done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought you made me do a diligence and then another different roll.
No, it's just a diligence.
Yeah. I am a dumb boy, you see. So yeah, I will use up all of my funny things in one go.
All the funny things.
All the funny things.
Do it,
Let's
you
go.
funny boy, you.
Do it, you funny
First up.
bitch.
9. Second roll is a natural 20.
Oh my god.
Well, there we go. I'll be nice to you. You can have one of your funny things back.
Yay!
Look how nice I am. I'm such a nice guy.
You're so nice.
It's because there's nothing in this one.
You open up, there's absolutely fucking nothing. Oh, shit. As you make your way to this one, you bring your tools to it. You hear a familiar click much sooner than the other one. As you go to lift it up, you like look up to them to see if they're gonna stop you. They just kind of nod and motion to it. You throw the thing open. You chose the left one, right?
Yeah, I chose left one. Good adventurers go left.
Just making sure I am correct. Yes. Okay, good. As you open up the chest, what is the thing on it? Give me a second. Because you guys have already seen one of them.
Oh my god, Din.
Give me a Momo.
Yeah. Take all the momos you need.
Take all them Momos.
And minis. I know.
Unprecedented.
That is a very complicated thing to freaking explain. I'm just gonna get the actual token. I just thought I'm like sitting here like, how the fuck?
How in the fuck do you describe a thing? Just give the token.
Find a higher quality version of this. Yeah, that's fine. It's even got a nice little thing to it.
And just so you know, of the two chests, I probably would have picked this one anyway had I waited.
Oh yeah,
because it seemed far different than the other one, which just seemed like a golden encrusted chest with some jewels.
They're both impressive looking.
Yeah, they're both impressive looking. This just would have interested me more anyway.
Marco.
Being like almost like a wooden thing. Yeah. Cabin.
You find inside of this thing what appears to be a medallion.
Ooh.
Of a medallion of a very similar make to the ones you've also seen, other than it. As you find
another medallion.
Mm-hmm. As you find this medallion. I did not know how to explain the fucking the zigzaggy weird pattern on it.
What a weird pattern. What the fuck is that supposed to be?
You have found, as you go to pick it up, she looks to it as she goes, "Oh, so that's where that went. You hold in your hands my mother's Quake medallion."
Ooh. Quake medallion?
It is a rather powerful artifact. One that is, I believe, completely adorned and forged entirely out of goddess metal.
Oh. I've seen another medallion similar, but it was
RP
it had
chat?
lightning properties.
Let me go look. Hey, it's a little fairy!
It's two little
it's another
fairies.
Little fairy. Look at that little hold on, let me grab them. Let me grab them while we're talking. Anyway, continue, sorry.
We've come across some medallions. I believe Gorthos currently holds I think it's a lightning medallion?
I have no idea of what that would do. I can assume, but I can assume it would strike with fire.
Of course. I don't know what it's actually called. I think one of his bodies was connected to the Kokiri one, I think. If I'm remembering what we've all discussed.
I unfortunately have very little understanding of these artifacts. I know that they are powerful, and I know that apparently the magics that make them up are difficult to replicate, or even to recharge in that case, but I do know that with this, my mother was able to perform quite a lot of deeds during her time.
Such as?
Hold on, I'm trying to find a thing in the desktop to throw into a thing.
Understood.
It's just hard. It's hard to find things, Marco. It's
I know, they're just the boxes can just get so big.
I have these
and they have little compartments.
Have these old eyes.
Imagine having organized folders.
They're in the folders. I just couldn't find them.
Imagine having organized folders.
Look at the little feet.
Little feet.
And little beans.
Cute. Little toe beans.
Yeah. Look at them fairies.
So cute.
Absolutely adorbs.
We're hecking adorable.
Hell yeah, we are.
It's true.
But yes, as you bring that up, well, from what I remember, she was the one that had made actually some of the rivers among this place. Whenever we were brought up to the domain we now call home, it was a lot more barren than it was when we had first found this place. Though, by finding the different waterways up in the mountains, they were able to use this medallion to change the course of several of the cracks and things throughout the earth to actually form rather large reservoirs of water up in Death Mountain, and also to allow them to stream downwards toward the lakes. I believe that what you just hold in your hand has the ability to set forth
a large large fracturing in the earth about you.
Oh. That's incredible.
I can't say if it has the full potential that it wielded whenever my mother had wielded it. As someone who was a grand witch in of themselves, they were most likely able to pull out the absolute full potential of such an item. But you are a person who was chosen by the Triforce of Power, so perhaps you could also pull out the full potential of such a thing. You can keep it, as for a reward for saving my life.
I will accept it with grace. Thank you.
I can only assume then that this is. She opens up the chest as you see what appears to be a leather suit inside. What appears to be some leather armor inside. Yes, I believe it is. Interesting. Closes it.
I can't help but be curious about what it is, but I guess I did pick my own already.
This is the armor of my mother's champion.
Oh, okay.
I believe that they were very close after they had left from my father after having myself. They were close enough to a point that whenever they were brought to their last breath, they had decided to be sent away from this world together.
Ah, I see.
The armor itself is very powerful, but I do not need to tell you much about it. If I did, you might start regretting your decision. Or maybe you wouldn't.
No, I don't think I would. Something like this could be instrumental in case the dam were to ever fall.
While this leathers inside of here are very powerful, one can also be said about a unique item such as the Quake Medallion. That is all that I have to show you, unfortunately. When it comes to this, I may choose to hand this off to another. I think I actually have a bit of a understanding of it now. Yes, I think that would be actually very good. Marco?
Yes?
You are one who collects treasures and whatnot about you.
Yes, my first occupation is a spelunker, after all.
Do you have any such way of carrying an item that is far too big to gaze upon around the area?
If it can fit into the dimensions of a I believe it's 4 foot by 4 foot, I should have something.
It's a little larger than that, though the armor itself might. She makes her way over toward her throne. After a moment, she returns with a large thing of fabric as she opens up the chest once again and seems to throw the fabric over top the armor and pull it out. As it does, it is smaller than the chest at the very least. As she hands the bundle off to you, would you mind holding onto this for me then? No peeking. I plan to.
Of course.
I plan to do much with it.
Of course I can do this as I look at my character sheet trying to figure out what to do.
You're like, here, hold this. Hands the bomb back.
No. Let's see here. How can I do this?
As the only person that doesn't have a big bag.
Okay, so the Traveler's Hook, I can just wrap that around my waist. It doesn't have to be in the bag.
Sure. I'll allow that, I guess.
You'll allow that.
I will allow you to use it as a body item currently.
As a body item currently.
Maybe don't do it in battle, but yes.
Not in battle. This is literally inventory management simulator. if you'll allow me again to put the chain hat under my hat, I will accept being slow for this.
I will allow this, but you will have to be walking around with 2 hats on.
This is fine.
And I find that goofy, so I'll allow it.
It's goofy. Let's see here. What? How else can I do this shit? Fucking, why did you have to give me fucking a thing for the cards?
Because they're clarity cards.
If you lose anything, I will yoink it. You've been warned.
I will yoink it if you lose it.
You will yoink it. Okay.
You have 2 magic bottles on you.
I have 2 magic bottles. I can't get rid of those. Fuck.
Here, can you hold on to this Hellfire dagger for me? Stabs.
No. I mean, I leave behind a fuck, a cooling elixir. I guess that will just be set on the ground for now.
You're gonna leave behind a cooling elixir?
I will leave behind a cooling elixir.
All right, here you go, Lynn.
There you go.
Flutter, 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 yoink.
You see, as he back to when Marker was falling, not only dropped the rupee, and he accidentally dropped the cooling elixir too.
As you were handed the full suit of large leather armor, you place it inside of your magic satchel. As you do, she watches you move about, wrapping things about you. She's sitting there like, I could probably help.
It's fine.
Anyway, and then just
it's fine, ma'am. You're a queen. You don't have to do much. You already did enough for today.
You did enough by handing me things. It's my duty to hold said things.
And I can assume that the medallion is just.
We'll assume you're holding it in your hand currently.
Yeah. My weapons are in holsters. It's fine. I can hold it in my hands.
You make your weapon into a boomerang, so you have more room.
Yeah.
No, it's you make your weapon into a boomerang, so you have more room for it.
Yeah. The cool boomerang.
Yeah.
There we go.
As you find some way to hold on to everything, she waits for you at the beginning of the place. She watches you. Her eyes travel up to your hat. You see a smirk go across her face.
Thankfully, we
a very unapologetic smirk.
Thankfully, we have our connection to our home that I can drop off a couple things. I wasn't expecting to have come up with a bomb bag. That's why I have such little room at the moment.
You should find some way to hold on to your items a little better. I heard that there is a fashion in Hyrule about some sort of a bomb, some sort of a bag belt, is there not?
That would be good to grab. I have many bags.
And I believe, from what I was told by some of the other members of the bandits below, that you have made out like a bandit very recently.
That is very true.
Perhaps you could go and spend some of that money that you have.
I definitely think I have to.
But yes, follow me. We're going to make our way toward the sea domain then. Hopefully they will have the adornments and the prestige of something that will allow me to give a bit of praise to them. And I'm sure that the banquet that they have prepared for me will be splendid.
Yes, hopefully it will be. Though there's still one last matter, if you could help me with it.
And that would be?
You had mentioned that you could help me with the ghost currently possessing partially my body.
Right, you had said that you were being haunted currently.
Due to recent magics that I've acquired, it acted quite strangely with taking a spirit by mistake.
She brings her hand over towards you as she begins to move in front of you, just kind of like feeling about. Not touching, but let's kind of like putting it in front of you. I'm not touching you. But as she brings herself around to your core, she stops, her hand like looking forward. She brings her hand closer, seems to hold on to a bit of your stomach. Ah, yes, there is a presence about. Well, how about this then? I will do such a thing as aid you with whatever this spirit is going about doing. You will have to find your own vessel to place the spirit in, if you wish. But at that point, I will do such as a reward for you.
You are far too kind.
Well, a reward must mean you have to do some work for it.
Of course.
My current guards are currently going about different things. You are to guard me while I'm in the sea domain.
Yes, ma'am.
Then come, Marco, follow me.
Yep.
As Marco, you now have a new job.
I have a new job. While she's in the domain, I have to guard her.
Man. There's a part of me that remembers that she should be dead. Anyway.
So every now and then your brain just flashes to that timeline. Like...
and so you see, the next time you see Marco, he's alone. As I slip the as Nika slips me my reward for my long con of coming to assassinate the queen.
I can't believe they let you do it.
I can't believe it either.
They allowed you to be alone with her, and then you just fucking cut off her head. It was crazy.
Yeah, I got this cool new armor. It's great. I got a funny gem.
Now would be the best time to assassinate her and take all of her shit. If you did that, I wouldn't even be mad.
I wouldn't be in the campaign anymore.
Nah, you'll be fine. Nobody would know. Just send me a message. Nobody would know. Anyway.
No one would know except God.
But no. As you would make your way away, Gorthos.
It is me.
You would find your way coming into the domain just as people are looking as if they're going to be leaving said domain. You find Ronan and Obra making their way toward the main area. And as you would look about, coming up from the stairs, you would find, just looking over the water itself, you would find that Polo is currently skinning some Dodongos with some of the other hunters off to the side. And by skinning, I mean descaling, but whatever.
Yeah, same difference.
As you would step out into the front, Ronan, there's a Gorthos.
Oh, hey Gorthos.
Hello, Ronan.
How'd it go with Rog?
Better than he thought. He may have made assumptions about him. He's a good king. At any rate, he has the most wonderful news, and depending on your particular stance on this, perhaps some less than wonderful news.
Huh.
The most important news, however, is Gorthos is a great godfather, and he is very happy about this. But the other important news.
Happy for you.
Rog has an idea of whom he would nominate for this position. 3 nominations, in fact.
Okay.
Well, there's Faraday. Yes, you remember Faraday.
Yeah. Great.
Adam.
Okay. Interesting choice.
That's what the Gorthos was thinking. And, you.
Oh.
Wait, really?
Yes. See, Gorthos said so, but no, you didn't listen to him.
I mean,
Gorthos was just drunk.
I mean, you were.
That is irrelevant to the fact that Gorthos was right.
I don't think so. I don't agree with that.
Maybe you should hear him out at the very least. I mean, he is your king after all.
Mothers did mention something similar to the effect of that you are not comfortable with this decision.
I mean, I can listen to what he has to say, but I can't imagine my stance changing. But
you don't seem like somebody who can order anyone around, to be fair.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And also, though he said it in perhaps a jovial manner, Gorthos looks at Ober. He did say it would be quite funny, considering.
Oh, it would be hilarious. Imagine him telling people what to do.
What? Yeah, I that's not me, man.
Faraday, go and collect my porridge or whatever you kings eat. I'm changing the dress code. We're all going to be naked all the time, even more than we already are.
How can you be more naked than naked? Unless you intend to make it like Gorthos.
And all other races have to abide. I am the Demon King Gorthos. Or not Gorthos, I am the Demon King Ronan.
That is even more not me than the other thing you said.
Gorthos was making the implication, apparently failing, that Obella perhaps maybe make a fine choice herself.
Oh, you know everything that was just said?
Mm-hmm.
That would be real, so no.
Gorthos is
I would cause nothing. I would cause nothing but conflict if I was in charge of anywhere.
I don't know about that.
You somehow find solace in this. Because you knew that this was going to be the answer.
You don't, and why not?
I don't think you'd cause conflict everywhere you go. You don't do that now. Why would you do that? As a ruler.
Because I would be doing it on purpose.
Just
Because I would be doing it on purpose, of course.
Why would you be doing it on purpose?
Because I feel like anywhere that I would take over would need a complete reform. In fact, I'm thinking, if I were to take over your sea domain, we don't have nearly enough silver weapons. Break down the entire place and rebuild it in wood.
First of all,
or better yet, gold.
Second, actually.
Allow the natural magics to flow through and empower all of the sea Zora with new magical power, with new magical prowess.
All the little tadpoles will grow. Way of thinking.
All the little tadpoles will grow up to be fine witches.
How about those of martial persuasions?
They will also grow up to be fine witches.
Gorthos does like dismantling establishments, but in this scenario with the Zora, he must put his foot down on that. For now, we will talk about it.
We will not. I am not going to take over the sea domain. If you'd like to give me Hyrule, then I'll humbly accept that.
Why? It's mostly grass and, well, cows. And sometimes a Stalfos infestation. That was weird that one time.
I enjoy grass and cows. Not sure about the other part.
Every night, it just happened. It was as if it was on like a clock, a timer. It was very strange for Gorthos to see that happen. He doesn't know where they keep coming from.
So Ronan, if you do become king, I could just be behind you and tell you all these ridiculous things and you'd be fine with it? Replace all the silver with gold?
There might be a balance to be struck, sure.
I'm liking it more and more.
Yes.
But I mean, that's probably... I don't think that's going to happen anyway, so...
And to well, he supposes Adam should be here for this as well, but so that you two understand, it would be a temporary affair. Once Rod's granddaughter becomes of a proper age, you will be asked to relinquish control.
How much damage could I do in a few years?
I don't know if doing damage is the best way to put it.
How much change could I enact in but a few years? It means the same thing, but yes. If it's only for a short time, then I'm sure that no one would have much to say on it, though that does now bring up why he chose the three of you in particular. Faraday, from what I've seen, is extremely loyal and very nice. They did not immediately go against me whenever they had seen me, nor did they immediately go against me again, even though they were with King Gadon over at the temple. Adam himself has already given up such power. I can assume that that is one of the reasons why he is suitable for such a position, and Ronan would never hold on to something that long.
Oh, gods no. As soon as I could, I'm out of there.
I can now see why he chose the three of you. I would keep it forever.
Noted.
The granddaughter of King Rog would have to impress me quite a bit if they would like me to relinquish anything. I still refuse. I don't want to do it. Just playing.
Good. He couldn't tell anymore, to be honest.
Imagine if I did that to Hyrule, though. Oh, I will not allow Matilda's daughter or whatever to ascend the throne because I would like to keep it, and all of you Hylians will just have to think that I don't allow the goddess's blood to sit upon the throne. There would be riots in the streets. It would be great.
Great seems to be a subjective word in this scenario. But...
Oh, I would immediately leave. I would cause the decree. I would turn invisible, and I would just watch it all happen.
You would have been an amazing rider 1,000 years ago. You'd fit right in.
I'll take that as a compliment.
You should.
I don't know much of your riders except the two that we've had the mixed fortune of being around. One which has shown himself to be quite a powerful king and lord, and giving us quite a lot of power behind his own passing, and the one that attacked all of us.
Yeah. Lit Zelda on fire.
If you're looking for Faraday and Adam, however, they're over by the tea gardens.
Right. He should make his way there. He's also sorry about it, Vori.
I have words.
Absolutely like that most of the time, but she is a good person underneath it all.
I'll have words whenever we go to meet them. Though I will most likely leave most everything to all of you. Perhaps I'll have an off-screen conversation with them so that nobody has to watch it.
Please don't get into a fight. Gorthos enjoys your company.
I would never. If they're powerful enough to set a god on fire from several large expanses of land away, there's no way I'm going to do anything like that.
Good. To be honest, Gorthos isn't sure what else she can do anymore. All right, thank you for the directions. He will go meet with them as quickly as possible.
Oh, and there was one other thing.
Yes.
My mother agreed to come to the Sea Domain to help with whatever selection could be brought about. They also expect a banquet.
Excuse Gorthos?
Yeah.
They said that because they gave a banquet, then the sea domain has to give a banquet as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just kind of agreed to it because I figured that'd probably be the only way to get her to say yes.
Oh, I'm fine with her being upset while she's there without a banquet. I'm just saying that she'll be very difficult to work with.
I can see that.
Where were you two off to exactly?
Oh, we were going to the sea domain.
Phenomenal. Great. Fantastic. Please get them to rush a banquet.
Will do. That was my plan.
Just like puts his hands together, just like in a pleading way. Gorthos hates politics.
Obra would put
the reason I wouldn't be good at it.
Obra would put a hand over and interlock their hand with Ronan's. Shall we then?
Yeah, let's go.
See you in a bit then, Gorthos.
Have fun.
Bloop.
Gorthos is too old for this.
Gorthos, you look forward toward the bridge leading over toward the T area. Would you like to make your way there?
Yeah, probably should move pretty quick too.
You run! You sprint over!
How is Gorthos getting tired? He doesn't have lungs. This mage needs to go run more.
You find whenever you get there, once again, just like I told the others, you find that there is a lot of people just kind of moving some of the igneous rock that has been left over from the lava out of here. Each of them have like different kind of picks and are going over them anytime they expose any sort of actual dangerous source of lava or anything like that. If it does ever happen, they seem to pour some kind of a liquid onto it from several potion bottles that they're carrying. As you see all of this going down, it seems that most of the flow of anything seems to have stopped. However, there is obviously more around than was around last time. You would expect, just like the others as well would have seen, like probably more draining like areas of lava going about. It would have extended down and around, but nothing immediately seems like it is in a humongously dangerous space. In front of you, you see.
Want some soup?
In front of you, you see several people going about their business, going and doing things. Faraday is off on the side, aiding in the removal of some of the stuff. You see other Caesora on the way around here, doing their best to help with some of the more manual labor. And you do see Adam off to the side, performing things around the throne.
All right.
You want to make your way to Faraday or Adam first?
I suppose Adam would be closer, and I would have to scramble over things to get to Faraday.
As you would make your way off, you would find that Adam currently is holding some sort of a large pick and is going about getting rid of some of the rock about. He has not moved any out of the way. He's mostly just dislodging it currently. As you would approach, he does seem to turn and look to you.
Can I help you, Hylian?
Ouch. Gorthos' pride is shattered. Would you not remember this?
Right.
Banditry.
You did switch between bodies before. This was one of the ones you had found around the area. Sorry, my thoughts are a little fuzzy still from that time.
You see. Well, he hopes that this passes.
Clarity's necklace that they had given me, while it gave me a little of my thoughts to me, it did not keep things entirely correct.
Well, perhaps more rest would do your mind good. And your body seems to be fine despite all of its endeavors.
I was able to come here and find a rather impressive potion master.
Motions over toward Pan.
Yes, she's an immaculate potion crafter. It is honestly quite disturbing.
Wave, wave, wave.
But fascinating. Anyways, it's good to see you again, Miss Pan.
She nods, looking to the potions in her hands. She walks forward towards you. She hands both of them out towards you.
Why, thank you.
She then reaches into her belt, pulls out a third potion. She then slips said potion into one of your pouches, and then takes back the 2 potions in your hands.
A phenomenal transaction. You sure he got the better deep end of this deal?
She looks distraught. A very big look of surprise goes across her face as she realizes she was swindled.
Do not feel bad about it. Gorthos is a master of words when it comes to, what's that word again? Bartering? That's a thing that people do, yes.
I don't see what.
It's like
looking between the two of you.
At any rate, Adam, Gorthos has come with some great and exciting news.
And what would that be?
King Grog wishes to speak with you.
Of course. I was mostly trying to fix everything here, for I thought that would be the best use of my abilities. Is it immediate?
It is extremely important, yes. And while your efforts here are clearly being very helpful, and he is sure greatly appreciative, there will be more Caesar coming this way to aid the reconstruction of them. For now, you should take this chance to relax and spend some time with the old king, that your faculties are, well, perhaps for the first time, yours again.
I have been somewhat avoiding returning to the domain lately, but if it is time for me to be brought before any sort of punishment for my deeds, I will accept.
Such a pessimist, Adam. It's not about punishment, it's about perhaps a decision that he needs made, and he needs you there for it. Look, Gorthos understands the feeling you're going through, maybe perhaps more than you know, of guilt and shame of one's actions. However, unlike him, you will have a new chance, a fresh start, and perhaps going back home would do you wonders.
I will do so then. If it is something immediate, I will make my way immediately.
He looks back toward Pan.
It was good to meet you, person whose name I still don't know.
Let's just said that. Her name is Pan.
I thought you were speaking of... Is a pan not what you use to... Never mind.
It can be a name too.
Thank you very much for your assistance, Pan.
She looks at him, she walks her way over to him, looks to her hands as if, oh my goodness, my hands are full. And then instead of going for a handshake, she will give him a hug around his waist.
Yes.
It is called a hug, and you should reciprocate.
Right. Brings hands down, hugs.
Gently.
Snaps spine.
Looks very awkward about it for a bit. Like, I will go now. Rushes off.
He looks at Pan. He's a sweet boy.
You look back at Pan. She just smiles after him. Just a wide, very, very much snarky grin appearing on her face.
You enjoy doing that to people. Gorthos knows others that would absolutely love to meet you.
She giggles slightly. Before going over and emptying the 2 of the potions that she was at over atop of the work that Adam just did. And then making her way away, back over toward her queen, giving you a wave.
It looks at what she poured on the rocks. Are they doing something, or?
As you look over toward the potion that appears to have been poured there, you see that more stone appears to start rising up from the igneous rock. it appears that whatever this is, it is somewhat thickening the stone in certain places. Potentially, once they get further and further toward the wall, this thickening agent could maybe hold back any sorts of harm, any sorts of weak points that has gone through to allow for less of a chance for lava to spew forth in the future.
He just like runs his little bony fingers over it, just like, amazing. How?
How do you do this, magic potion person?
The world is advancing so quickly without him around. And he just like shakes his head and just walks over to Faraday.
You make your way over toward Faraday. Faraday is currently performing most of her duties seemingly by herself until you notice that there is a fairy looming over them and kind of like watching from afar as you approach.
Oh, hello. You are one of Gorthos's aliases, are you not?
Indeed.
It's so weird being taller than you.
She goes over and like puts a hand out and like puts some motions in above your head.
Gorthos gets used to it.
I heard that you have a smaller form as well.
Indeed, about yea tall, a child of the forest.
She like brings her hand down, like to waiting for you to say yes without like the height, and she looks down to it.
He waits until she's actually as tall as Adelante's body is and says, right there.
Oh, that's adorable. Have you come to help?
Do you? He jests. Well, in a sort of way, yes. King Rog requests your presence back in the domain.
Well, at once I will make my way.
Yes, he has important decisions to make, and he needs you there. But before you go, Gorthos has heard gossip. He's so very curious.
And what sort of gossip have you heard?
Rog has a grandchild.
You see immediately as you say that, she goes back to her work like, oh, that's interesting.
You see, it is interesting, Gorthos thought, because he is Rog's godfather, which makes him Gidon's great godfather, which would make this new child Gorthos's great godchild. You see.
That's wonderful. Congratulations.
He's so very excited about it, and he's just curious, as not even Rog seems to know, and most people don't seem to know that. You happen to know who his mother is? He needs to give gifts to someone, and the tadpole is not big enough to wear anything with us in Lake yet.
Usually, as she returns after taking a couple more swings at the rock,
usually when it comes to the tadpoles of our village, most of them are communally risen. Sometimes they grow up without knowing who some of their mothers and fathers are. It is not rare to know, obviously, as we know that there are many who out there claim to have ties to thrones or came to be from different, more prestigious families, but more often than not, it is shown that maybe they would only know of one of, if any, of their parentage. It gives a bit of a sort of communal togetherness when it comes to our tribe. I believe that, just like myself, Ronan doesn't know their parentage as well. I believe that when it comes to Ronan, more or less, when it comes to his parentage, the only people that we could even assume were anyone similar to him were most likely travelers from either the Damned City or maybe from the other side of the lake off to the east, though nobody's incredibly sure, to be fair. There are some that even consider him potentially some sort of an offspring that was not claimed by King Rog.
Well, this is uncertain about these things, but it's something you'd like to know all the same. We're only in this granddaughter. If for nothing else than to, well, thank whoever they are for letting these precious individuals the chance to exist.
Thank them.
Hmm.
Everyone has a right to exist. There's no reason to thank anyone for it.
Well, yes, but Gorthos was afraid that Gora's legacy ended with Gidon. And that's... It was a distressing thought. And well, Ronan, Gorthos would, in a heartbeat, offer a position that Gora had once. In a heartbeat. That would such a miraculous individual exist, especially in these trying times.
You will not find a more prestigious and unique Caesora than Ronan. Most everybody who was raised around him would see that he was always destined for something. When it comes to King Gidon, many people would consider it somewhat of an honor to have traveled about with him whenever he was trying to find himself. And while that would never move on to any sort of understanding of courtship, sometimes it does happen such a way. I wouldn't know, because as I am tied to my duties as a priestess, I am not allowed to have any sort of connection like that with anyone until my duties are over.
Yeah.
So, maybe one day that tadpole will be able to find whom the other parent would be.
Gorthos hopes. Whoever they are, we'd imagine they are someone that's, well,
none of us know exactly what happened upon the plateau. We had watched from down here, some of us trying to make our way to help with the river domain whenever the Dodongo had started attacking. Some of them had appeared as far down as our own settlement whenever we were watching the bandits from afore. Though I guess it is rough to call them bandits. Everyone around is calling them that, but it is a strange term for a city of people. The ones from Hiteno. As we would approach and see, I did see whenever Gidon flew off toward Death Mountain. I was also there whenever I had seen both Ronan and Marco falling, though the both of them seemed to appear here rather well whenever I was doing my work just then. They didn't stick around. I do want to go and make sure that he's alright, but I do want to bring up that if all of this truly was orchestrated by King Gidon, while he's always had very strange views, he has not always acted upon things as rashly as he's been acting upon things. Though I suppose that is a given.
When did you notice
around the time that he was wanting to move off toward the damned city.
As you look to them, they seem to immediately look down toward their tool that they have, that where they were going for the rock with.
He was off on a journey of self-identification. He had made his way through to the different temples throughout the mountain around the around the sea domain. It's around then that I had met him. He had wished to go through the test that we give all who wish to take objects from the temples, though he failed the test. Whenever he was about me, he was not strong enough to make his way through, so I was not able to hand off any of the artifacts I was guarding for him. But I could tell that he was looking for some sort of redemption. So I decided that the test was going to be to continue. I followed him about and watched as he did other tests for the different temples, watched as he interacted with people of the lands of southern Hyrule as well as people from the deserts. But it was never a militaristic venture. It was always something of self-discovery. He would always speak of what he wanted. He always wanted to pull people back from the damned city, back to the domain. He had always wanted to show more force to those of the east, to allow for most of us to take back some of the temples that we had lost in our battles with the river domain. And he was all about reclaiming things that the city had lost. I assumed that he was like that because of what he had told me in confidence at one point. He apparently had broken an object in the domain, one that caused great hurt to King Rog. And ever since then, he wanted to bring back anything that was lost back to the domain. He wanted to atone, at least as far as what he had told me. But eventually it was not atoning anymore. Eventually he was angered by those in the damned city. Eventually, whenever he had finally talked to us about going and finding them, he had made his way to the damned city and was rejected at the gate. The more peaceful times we had went in, we had gone through all of the procedures to get invited and to go and speak with those who had found their way there as permanent residents. But whenever he had made his way there that time before, him and his guards, including me at the time, were dressed more militaristically. It wasn't, to my knowledge, supposed to be like that. We were actually making our way far to the north right after, but when they told Gidon that he could not go in, he became angered. He had asked them what exactly they felt that he was going to do to them. And after a while, he had told them that if he wanted to take that city, he would.
It's really inspiring choice of words.
I believe that that's whenever I finally noticed that he was gaining more animosity, more anger. After all the time I had been around him, I had never seen him threaten someone like that before. We truly were going into the damn city to speak. It wasn't... I don't think we were there to do anyone any harm. But once they said that he was being threatening to them, he became more threatening to them. After a couple of weeks of attempting to communicate with those inside, we had all lost our thoughts of even going north, and finally, I had told him that I needed to return to my temple.
He assumes that went smoothly without any conflict.
I do not know exactly what happened after I had left, but I was told by some that things became more heated. And by the time I returned to my temple, I found it raided. Not a single artifact remaining inside. I do not think Lord Gidon did it. In fact, I'm decently sure he would not have been able to get through the trials that were there. He had failed them before, you see. But my whim of wanting to follow him and my whim of wanting to help him caused me to dishonor myself by losing those artifacts. I brought myself before King Rog, and he said as punishment I would stay around the village. He seemed very happy that I was there, and I believe that he is the reason why you are asking me such questions as you did before.
You merely mentioned that you traveled with Jadon. You're sorry to have pried into these things.
It's fine. I wanted to make sure that you got the full story as to what's going on, especially since you are going against Gidon. Especially seeing what he did here. I cannot say that I am fully away from everything here, but ever since returning to the Sea Domain, I have felt very comfortable being around everyone there. In another year's time, I will be officially relieved of my duties. Well, perhaps a year in Hyrulean. I'm not entirely sure exactly the exact date in our own way of speaking. But once I am sure that I am no longer bound to my duties, then perhaps there'll be many other things that I'll be able to do. Maybe there'll be many other things I'm allowed to say, but being back at the Sea Domain, especially around and getting to know Ronan a lot more and becoming his friend was very nice.
He has that effect on people.
Whenever the last I had seen him, he was hardly larger than a tadpole. So whenever I returned, seeing how much he had grown was quite shocking.
That he has, no doubt. Listen, Faraday. We will have to confront Gidon again.
Of course. Especially after this, I understand.
We intend to do everything in our power to take him back to the domain in one piece.
That would be quite a feat. I will say most of us who have made our way away from his group as far as the temple was concerned, most of us feel that things will not end without someone losing their head.
You'll be amazed what people like Gorthos can accomplish. Nothing is impossible.
No matter what you feel I am telling you, Gorthos, no matter what you think has happened between me and Gidon, and no matter what truths have yet to be revealed, I just want you to know one thing. I am a priestess from the land of the lake. I am foremost someone who will always abide by the laws of my land above any sort of personal affiliation. If given the chance, and there was no other way to do it, if I was told to by the old king, I would run my blade through Gidon.
This has never been a doubt in your voice tonight.
I just want you to know that no matter what things you may be thinking, they are not something that would cause me to be any less adept at my duty.
All that runs through his mind is that he's sorry that you had to go through the things you did. And that he's sorry that Gidon did the way he has.
It was not a bad experience until the end. Whenever I started seeing how different things were going, I left before anything completely horrendous would occur. While I am saddened by the news and Gidon's change, what weighs on my mind more than anything are my artifacts that I lost. What weighs on my mind more than anything is the fact that I failed in my duties, even before losing them, and that I have no idea who took them. So I would not worry too much about me. The time that I spent inside of Gidon's party were nice. The second time, whenever those weird sages and that witch were around, less nice. But you've already stopped that from happening, so there's not much to worry about as far as that.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that we had this talk.
I am too. You had said that King Rog wishes to see me then.
Yes, we need you for a very important decision we must make.
Then I will make my way there immediately. Unless there's anything else you wish to ask me of my past that I have to be very choosy of.
Well, there's one thing.
Hmm?
Those artifacts of yours.
Yes.
What were they?
There were 3. There were treasures that would be given to a high priestess if there was anyone who would fit that deal. We haven't had one in several hundred years, but they were adornments that were apparently adornments of the gods.
Adornments of the gods. What did they look like?
There was a circlet, upon which there was a very pristine-looking purple gem. There was a staff, not a staff in the same such as like a magical staff, but a staff nonetheless. It was made entirely of silver and had several depictions across it of different adornments showing a history that no one really remembers. And finally, there was a... She motions to her necklace. There was a top piece, one that would be adorned by the High Priestess, one that they would speak of as known as Neru's Love.
Neru's Love.
It is a piece that I'm unsure that, unless you would have seen one of our High Priestesses in one of your previous lives, you may have not even ever recognized. It is one that has been in the Zora even before the Zora had switched from primarily focusing on the golden goddesses to the mortal goddess herself. It is the oldest artifact that we own, and as such, if it were not for the old king, I would have exiled myself 1,000 times over.
Well, self-imposed exile may satisfy your sense of honor. It would have been a waste of your talents and the resource you would bring to your people. And these artifacts. There's few things are as old as Gorthos. So he must have seen these at some point. His memory fails him at the worst times.
I do not know of the circlet or the staff. I do not know how old the two of them were. When it comes to the neck piece, Neru's love, I believe that it was even from a time before our two tribes had even separated.
That's about the last important thing Gorthos remembers about the Zora.
It was from a time before. Some say that it was made by the goddess Neru herself when she brought life.
Yeah,
to the
do these things trigger any memories, perhaps?
Why don't you roll for your experience?
Yes, I would. Keep going. I'm just gonna roll. Let's see if any of these fucking start rustling some brain cells. Nope. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 16.
Only one more time.
Okay. I have a lot. I'm stacking points like tokens on my experience now. Shit, bro. That's even worse.
16 was the highest.
Unfortunately.
Some of what they're saying does seem to trigger something in your mind. You know for a fact this is not something you created. You never created something that like this kind of an adornment. And if it's from that far back, you are pretty sure that you would probably not have been making anything as intricate as that anyway back in those days. Because back whenever you were a demon general, you mostly made weapons. As you think back toward some of the things you might have heard of from before, it does occur to you that some of the races do seem to claim, at the very least, to have items that were made primarily from the golden goddesses. Though, in your memory, a lot of that was scrutinized because people don't know why the golden goddesses would make some kind of a clothing item before clothing existed. That being said, that doesn't stop them from being extremely old and powerful items in their own right. You feel that you have heard of this item, but you don't know what it could have done or who could have made it.
He vaguely knows of this item, though its actual powers and purposes escape him. Seeing as how such artifacts have always been up for debate of their actual authenticity. Mostly rolling on the argument of why would the goddesses make clothing before people invented pants? Which is a ridiculous claim.
All I know is that those items were behind several trials inside of the temples above, in the mountains of the domain. Whoever got them would have had to have gone through them, so their items are theirs to right. It's just, without someone like me being there, I do not know how they achieved such things. They could have potentially done them differently than how they're supposed to be done, or maybe they bypassed them altogether somehow. I cannot know. That is why they are considered lost items instead of items that were passed on. They are not meant for just anyone to hold. We don't go around bragging about them because we want to make sure that they remain within the lines of priestesses. But that does not mean that a Hylian, a human, a Gerudo, River Zora does not mean that even a Kokiri couldn't come by and take them. As long as they pass the trials, they are theirs. Though, unfortunately, without someone around to give witness to it, it is very difficult to assume that they did things correctly.
If Gorthos comes across anything of these artifacts,
we would like to at least speak with the one that has taken them. We would most likely be bound by honor to not take them back, though that would be at the judgment of the king. I would like to have them go through the trials again, or even a new trial of my own, to make sure that they are worthy of such items.
Of course. But if they're found to have bypassed all these things and simply stolen them, then they still have a right to claim them.
I would ask that they be removed from them if you are to find that they do not get them correctly. However, I will not stop them from trying to claim them on their own, if they wish to return to the temple.
We'll see what he can do.
They are not a criminal. We do not know if they got through things correctly or not, but if they somehow mention that they did not, then whoever holds that is an enemy of our people until they do things correctly.
He only says this because he's worried if such artifacts do hold great power, just having anybody holding something from Mayor herself could be problematic in the future.
That is unfortunately all I can say on them. I am sworn to secrecy of the items' true purposes and their abilities.
These items are not something Gorthos would have had a hand in creation, so even he can't discern their secrets. Or perhaps the staff, considering it has depictions of history long forgotten.
I had heard that it is exquisitely balanced. Whenever I had tried to take on the trials myself, that was the only one that I was able to claim.
You can't help but notice a severe lack of staff in your head.
I may have claimed that one, but once I took up my own duties, I enshrined it again. It required a more physical touch to obtain, whereas the other ones were more spiritual and mindful. And unfortunately, those are not my strong suits.
Oh, you give yourself too little credit, Faraday.
Well, perhaps they are not my absolute strengths. I'll make my way away now.
No, don't let Gorthos keep you.
I'll see you back in the domain then.
More certainly.
As they start making their way away, you hear,
He is so uncertain that they can speak actual words now.
as Faraday and Squirrel will make their way back toward the domain.
Have they ever said anything that wasn't a scream?
Yes, they have actually.
Oh, okay.
But they never answered the question what their name was, despite talking to us.
That's why why they're Squirrel until further notice.
I see.
With all that, I think any place he would think to go next would be talk to Polo, but I can wait.
You would return to the main part of the river domain. Upon doing so, you would find, after your conversations as well as your travel, that Polo, you would be done with your initial training with the other hunters off to the side, you would have at that point gone along where you have descaled an entire one of the Dodongos on your own. Beh.
I'm sorry, I'm eating a grilled cheese sandwich.
It was tiring work, but you did not make a single mistake in doing so, which was very, very much praised upon the other hunters. They had told you that if you ever wanted to go on a hunt with them or do anything like that, to actually train up anything, or if you wanted to return and do other things, you could. Currently, since things were descaled in the way they were, they told you that once you return to go and try to descale more or to help with the skinning, they would allow you to take the meat of any of the Dodongo that you wished.
Mm-hmm.
Upon returning, you would note that Gorthos would be returning about this time as well as Marco would be returning about this time as well. As you guys would see Marco walking about with the River Zora Queen. He is wearing 2 hats and his grappling hook around his waist.
Finally breaking into the world of trend setting, Marco.
Sure.
He is not certain this will catch on, to be honest.
No, I don't think so either. I need to get the bag belt. Or a bag belt. I have too much stuff that can just be on a belt.
Considering Castletown has an open market again, it shouldn't be that hard. It is still the trade center of this part of the continent, yes. Gorthos is severely out of date.
Yes.
Ooh, good.
You guys are decently sure anywhere in Hyrule, if you wanted to get something, it would be Castletown. However, you guys also have been told by the bandits that the city above the limits of Hyrule, the city that everybody has been doing commerce and things in, is a little bit more of a melting pot of random shit to find. But yes, Castletown, at least in Hyrule, is the be-all end-all trading thing as far as you guys understand.
Worst case, we go farther north and see what other wonderful baubles they have there for sale. But he's happy to see that all 3 of you are here.
I have been showing Marco about several of the different artifacts of our people, and since he was one who was able to protect my life as unorthodox as he did do it, I decided it was fit to reward him. And currently, as he is holding on to another very powerful artifact, both of which are treasures of our people, at least for the time being, he is a champion of our lands, as I will have claim him.
Congratulations, Marco. Look,
humble me.
Claim is such a strong word.
What's up, Paula?
Claim is such a strong word.
Oh, okay. He belongs to us and us alone. I'm playing.
That's what claiming is.
Oh, sometimes you just call the champion of a people. It happens all the time. Well, perhaps not all the time. At least in Gorthos' history, it does. People often forget he already was one. It's strange to him.
I am assuming the 2 of you have come to become my escorts as well?
Yes.
Did we?
And Gorthos has. Polo, he is uncertain what she's up to, what her plans are.
Was the tea to your liking, Polo?
She didn't have no goddamn tea. She's like, wait, is she holding scales?
You would have helped with the scaling, but you don't have the scales yourself right now. They said whenever they get all the Dodongos descaled, they'll give you whatever they're not gonna use.
Unfortunately, I got a little bit carried away helping out with the Dodongos, and I fear my tea has gotten cold.
I'll have her executed immediately. Don't worry, I'm playing. No. It's like, oh, that's unfortunate. Perhaps we can find something else for you then. Apparently, we're going to a banquet anyway.
I allowed her to experiment with the sweet vine since it has other properties than just being a tea.
He would love to hear what experiments have been done with those things. He always loves new knowledge. There ain't no experiments, actually. Do you ever have any Dodongo parts on them with all that work on them?
Well, we're not quite yet done, but once all the Dodongos are properly descaled, then I will be getting a portion of those scales. And then I'll be having some helpings of the meat, and maybe the leathers.
I have already told our people that if you require the leathers, all of the leathers will be given to you. I assumed that with such grand craftsmen in your party, you could do rather grand things with the leathers of Dodongo.
Mm-hmm.
As for the scales, I believe they're mostly going to be used in our rivers, and the meat to feed our people, though I can assume that they have given you some allowance of that.
Yes. I'm sure.
She got so carried away, she's just like,
mm-hmm.
Gorthos knows that look from anywhere.
Sweat drops.
You got too caught up in your work, didn't you? You didn't ask for anything, really, did you?
You're a bad influence, Gorthos.
Gorthos had nothing to do with this, but yes. Yes, he is.
When I was taking the scales, I was thinking about, well, we could use that for the Lizalfos problem, because apparently there could be a Lizalfos repellent for the Sun Shrine, and Galen needs to go to the Sun Shrine, and I thought I might go too, and with whatever new boon the Triforce gave us, I thought maybe I could get a boon from the Sun God or something. I'm still workshopping it, as they say.
Oh, Polo, Pat. Going to help your knight is always a kind thing. You should always remember to take care of yourself too, goodness gods above know. If Ori keeps yelling at Gorthos to take care of himself while he works, it's fine. What is he going to waste away? He doesn't have meat on him. Who cares if he doesn't eat for a week?
There's
work to be done.
There was also what sorts of recipes I could use Dodongo's tail for.
That is the juiciest part.
But if it is too tough, we might need to make it into a stew.
Ooh. When was the last time you had a good Dodongo meat? 1,000 years. Give or take a week.
Most likely 1,000 years, since Gorthos was enshrined for 1,000 years.
Memories.
But we digress.
Do we? Are we not talking about what verboards and what wonderful things we'll create with these items? We've been saving a bottled fire essence for all this time, waiting for something fire-based. Look at this.
Wait, you still have that bottled fire essence?
He pulls it out.
Is it warm?
Is it warm to the touch?
He looks at it. Yes.
I know Ronan needed the Dodongo leathers because he was hoping to forge some sort of armor. I would probably be able to do some sort of leather working with it as well as some scale work for Orion to cover some more of his decaying bits. Then there's a Dodongo meat stew.
Many plants.
You see what the leather. Gordo's going to make a blunt force object of some kind that, when on impact, it would explode in fire.
We could.
But perhaps more powerful armor would be better.
Weapons could probably be forged with the bones and fangs.
You're right. Gorthos will make a horrifying monster mace.
Oh.
What do you plan to do with that bottled fire essence?
Again, he was going to make a blunt object of some kind that will explode violently upon contact.
I hope that you are not forgetting about the project you're going to be doing for us, Gorthos.
Of course he wouldn't forget about that.
But
for that, he does not require fire. He doesn't need fire for that. He needs wood.
Yeah, you wouldn't require fire essence for that.
No,
you don't
I'm
have
more
to use it right away.
No, I'm more speaking of if you're getting excited for all these other things. That when would I be even expecting our item? Would it be delayed?
Of course it would not. Gorthos is a man of his word. Unless he has a demon body, and he's a demon of his word. And the Kokiri of her word. It depends. But always of their word.
Can I borrow that fire essence?
Yes, of course. He just hands it.
Thank you. I didn't know how to properly ask anymore. I need this.
You just need to ask.
I just did.
Eventually.
See? Yeah. Ace is completely right. Now then, while there are many things to be done, Northos was actually wondering. I'm going to stall for time for the banquet. Northos was wondering.
Preach you.
Gorthos knows what he's doing. He's been curious about some things about the surrounding areas. He is quite a long ways out of date, and who else to know about this eastern half of Hyrule than you and yours?
What exactly would you like to know?
This Lizalfos problem and the fallen temples to the various deities. Could you explain this to him and log in with vivid detail?
I wish that I could. In fact, some problems have only recently been brought to light as well, since all of you had left.
Oh.
You would tell us he pulled the stool out of nowhere and sits down.
Well, because of everything that had gone down here, most of my scouts had returned from the far reaches of the area upon seeing the volcanic activity that had happened here. Some of which have returned to me with the understanding that people were flying away from the domain off into the mountains, some of which have fallen for there, but I believe that you are fine now. Pats Marco.
Perfectly healthy.
But some other scouts from the south have actually been brought up with, apparently during all the commotion, there was a bit of an explosion off to the south.
An explosion to the south.
I have sent more of my scouts off to check on it, all of which who were available after making their way back here. But apparently something had happened off down toward the Sun Temple.
There's no place sacred anymore, honestly.
Well, if Gallon had already made a head start down there, it could have been him.
Gallon just goes up to the wall. Fireball!
Well,
He just starts smiling, knowing it's probably not.
he wouldn't have, actually. I told him not to.
But you can blame Marco for making the assumption. Both of us would also make that assumption.
It is something he would do, though, if he was not told not to.
There was a part of me that actually wished to ask all of you if you had known anything of it, though from what I was told by the queen that has been residing around here, all of you were also wishing to make your way there, so most likely you have no knowledge of that area. When it comes to the temple itself, we had already had a couple of people making our way down to check upon it because of some strange activity that had gone about from one of my guests. The fact that they had a bit of a wrongful experience in that direction made me wish to speak with the sage, though I do not know exactly what has gone down from that explosion. I can only assume that it is either something accidental or they were waiting for something to happen with us.
Who was this guest of yours? If you
The
don't mind
Bandit
me
Queen.
asking. The Bandit Queen. Okay, I thought you might have been referring to somebody else. Okay.
No, we do not have many other guests aside from the ones you've all sent here.
Mhm.
That being said, once we hear back from my scouts, they'll tell us the extent of what had happened there. I'd also told them to go and speak with the sage, if possible, so perhaps he'll even return with them. I do not know, however. We'll have to see. They should be back within a day or so.
You say sage. Sage of...
The Sage of the Sunlight.
Oh. Yeah, just like he wipes the sweat from his brow, even though he has covered in bandages. Oh. You had Gorthos worried for a second, though.
It is difficult to remember the sages throughout all the years. The fact that they can give themselves their different names is hard enough. There are many different sages that have taken up residence in the Sun Temple, many of them going, I'm the sage of the sun itself, or I'm the sage of the daylight, or I'm the sage of the morning, or I'm the sage of this, sage of that. The current one is the sage of sunlight.
These sages are going to give Gorthos a splitting migraine. Back in his day, there were 9. They were simple names.
I believe currently there should be about 9, at least known sages in the area.
Known, though.
Usually, those who want to assume the actual title of a sage would make their way to the different villages and receive blessing from them, and then return to Hyrule to receive blessing from the king to be able to attain such a title. I believe ever since long ago we have adorned the title only to 9 individuals. So when one dies, another sage attempts to make their luck and go about the same trials. Currently, however, from what I understand, you had all said that several of the sages have been acting very strangely. I can only assume that whatever guidance or tutelage that were given to them, as well as any actual gifts that were given to them by the gods, have been recounted by now.
Maybe? Probably.
As far as we've seen, most of the sages still hold their power, so I don't know if they can be.
That is why I had mentioned before of known sages. Other than gaining the title through going and speaking with the King of Hyrule and through gaining a presence about all the other areas about, including here in the River Domain, sometimes people would call themselves sages through great feats of power themselves or through interposing themselves with other gods, ones that are not inside of the Hylian pantheon, or at least those who are not acknowledged upon such a thing.
We have to keep an eye out for these sages, just in case.
I believe any who would lose their Sage Tube would also be triggered into the same sort of understanding as that. They would be known as sages who have lost their power, or if they obtained power through a different means, they would be unknown sages.
He swears he disappears for 1,000 years and the world is on the brink of Armageddon.
Perhaps cutting your nap a little shorter next time.
If only.
She smiles. Either way, I had heard that my champion here had said that there was another of an item that I had given him about your party.
What are you talking about?
Whenever I had handed him his gift, I just motioned to him.
He holds up the medallion because it's still in his hands. He has no room in his bag.
Marco holds up the Quake medallion, a thing that looks extremely similar to the medallion that you hold, Gorthos.
Oh.
It'll be that one time my head's cut out.
Marco has brought out the Quake medallion. A medallion looks very similar to the medallion that you hold.
Ooh.
This was an item that was held by my mother whenever she had held over a dominion over our people.
I see.
That also probably looks like the other medallion I brought you.
You have 3 then?
Yes. I received one in the Caesar domain.
Oh, I see. If it is from the sea domain, we have not kept too much call throughout them. I cannot assume which one it would be. I believe there's only a certain amount of them. Oh, I understand now. That is one of the sacred treasures that they have.
Oh?
Was that not explained to you?
No. The the shopkeep was quite senile.
You bought it from a shop? That's what you bought? He was only aware of the silks.
You bought an amulet at a shop? Or a medallion?
Yes.
May Orthos please examine it.
The ones that hold a different color to the others are ones that are more associated with the golden goddesses. I can only assume that the one you speak of, Polo, most likely belongs in one of the Caesora's treasuries, or temples, as they call them.
Maybe?
I don't think she has it on her because she gave it to Gorthos.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't recall that at all.
Because she had gotten a medallion from the senile shopkeep. It was blue, and Nico described it as it was similar to what Gorthos had.
Mm-hmm.
And when we met up again, she gave it to Gorthos. She said, "This looks like the one that you have, but it's different."
To be fair, Gorthos was also having a bunch of other things happening at the time with
I understand if they don't remember, but Gorthos has it.
Gorthos, you reach into your bag as you do pull out another large medallion. This one of the same size as the two that are in front of you, the Ether and the Quake, but it does not have the same golden shine. You can tell immediately it's most likely not made from goddess metal.
Well, it is not goddess metal. It's immaculate, though.
I do not know if it works similarly to the ones that are there, though it most likely has some sort of large purpose. Or perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps it has some sort of understanding about it that traverses the seas and causes tsunamis. Though, since it was never turned against us, I highly doubt it.
These medallions, do I get magic from them? Are these charged? Are they chargeable?
The Quake medallion does not appear to have any magic inside of it right now. However, you guys know that you have a place where you can try to charge those.
Yes.
As for the blue medallion, it does seem to be exhibiting some magic currently.
Ooh, what do you do, little metal? He's completely forgotten he was going to distract. He was doing this for distraction. I was deeply curious of this little medallion now. How do I activate the medallion?
You attempt to activate it the same way you would activate the Ether medallion. First off, you know that the Ether medallion in general is a very big explosion of electricity, but you know that you can activate it in smaller little bursts, which is what the extra electric damage on things is. So you try to activate it in a short little burst. As you do, there's a slight tone that comes from it, but nothing else.
Okay.
You hear a slight tone come from it, but nothing else seems to happen.
Huh. You taps it, use a little jostle.
You tap on, as you tap onto the metal, it seems to give off a very similar tone, but a different tone.
Ooh, he taps on it different hardnesses.
You just hear ding 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 ding.
It is musical, but its magic is unknown to him. He fears activating its full power, considering how the Ether medallion works.
If it is as destructive as the Quake medallion that is said to have forged most of the rivers in this area, then I assume that it is quite powerful if you were to try to explode it out with all of its magic. Though, again, I do see that the magic inside of this thing is much different than the magic inside of either the Ether or Quake medallions.
Remind him that he needs to recharge the Ether one, lest he suffer a fate worse than death. An electric explosion death.
Recharge them.
Indeed.
You have a way of doing such thing?
Easily.
Interesting.
It's up. He just points up the mountain. Up there.
You will have to show me one day.
So Gorthos supposes he could let you into his mansion on the mountain.
I mean, we could
Polo
go right
looks
now
over
and
like,
show.
I'm sorry, whose mansion? I'm playing.
No, as
Because you're
Gorthos
off.
mentions his mountain on the mountain, I'm just imagining Polo. I'm sorry, whose mansion? That was my father's.
No, it was full circus. Now it's Gorthos's. Again.
But yes. As you guys stand there looking at the medallions. Without prodding more into it, perhaps we should make our way to a different domain that isn't already ravaged by magic.
Maybe so.
Oh, the banquet. Right.
I start walking toward it.
The weather's so low.
Well, I have to go with her, so he will immediately follow.
You tried. You did give it the old academian try.
Gorthos was never that book smart. He's much more of a worldly person. As he walks in.
As all of you would make your way there, Ronan.
Yeah.
They're trying to stall as much time as possible to allow you to get whatever kind of banquet needs to get started.
Mm-hmm.
As you make your way back to the sea domain, you would get there before any of the others would return to it. You would find that as soon as you would make your way into the center, again, just like I had mentioned with the others, you find that the center area seems to be a lot more lively than it has been in quite a bit. You find that there are a lot of small, big-headed Zora children running about. You find that there are several of the elderly seemingly making their way over toward the bathing pools and sticking around the area. And you would find that two of the priestesses that were usually guarding several areas of this place seem to be guarding the throne in the center of this place. As you look up, and just as I said the others, without any sort of misunderstanding, you would see King Rog inside of the throne area, just sort of sitting there. Some of the other, like, again, smaller Zora and smaller children Zora running up and down the stairs, being about.
He will just walk with purpose up to Rog.
You would make your way up there. As you would see that both of the priestesses that were here do not stop you at all from making your way up. Neither of them would also stop Obra, as they would have most likely been told of Obra by the king.
Mm-hmm.
As you find your way up toward the top, you also see up in this section where a lot of the Zora children have kind of gathered. You would also see what appears to be them surrounding this person. As she appears to be playing with the Zora children.
Hell yeah. Nanny Zelda.
He's very good with kids.
As you would find King Rog in his throne, he would look down towards you.
Welcome back, Ronan.
Hey.
And welcome as well, Obra.
So, I take it, you ever heard everything went well? That's great. That's good. We need a banquet.
A banquet?
Yeah.
I suppose our other one did get interrupted before you could have much to eat.
Well, I'm assuming that Gorthos told you about the queen.
A banquet for the River Zora Queen if she were to appear.
Yeah, she's gonna appear, but only if there's like a banquet.
May be difficult. We do not have quite the amount of eating space as we would normally have, though one of the restaurants has been mostly abandoned for the past little while. We could potentially use such space, or maybe we could even adorn the bridge leading to the domain into a large banquet hall of sorts. It could be something we could do in a couple of days, I suppose.
Well, that's the thing. We're kind of expecting it like today.
Honestly, if you just want to put like a piece of meat on a stick, it'd be really funny.
While that is true.
Just give her some dino nuggies.
Tell her it's cultural or something. I'm sure she wouldn't mind.
Tell her to not accept would be an act of war.
While I'm sure you would get much enjoyment out of that, Obra. They're heading here now, you say?
Yeah. We also asked her to be a part of the process of selecting a new leader.
I believe that is a fabulous idea.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I was worried that you wouldn't be cool with that. All right.
That is, essentially part of what I had discussed with Gorthos earlier.
Oh, okay, cool.
I suppose if everybody pitches in, we might be able to have something ready for the time to become. Do you have any idea how long it will take?
Assume she'll appear at the most inopportune time possible.
Probably.
Ah, all right then. Gorthos had just recently created a new carriage for me, before I was able to bring myself to a walking pace. Perhaps, you could make your way over toward one of the shops that are still remaining open and see if they have any, anything that would adorn such a large table that we would need, and I suppose I will make my way there and I will carry said table off to the bridge down below.
Sure. Yeah.
I could not simply ask anyone to do it after all. There are not many people remaining about who could remove such a large piece of metal.
Alrighty then, that sounds like a plan.
The only problem at that point would be the food. Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can make in such a very short amount of time.
I mean, Polo might be able to. I'm not sure.
If I might make a suggestion, Ronan.
You see Mortal Goddess make her way over towards you. A bunch of little tiny things at her heels.
Well, I believe that this is something that could be easily prepared by someone who would have such a large castle as the King of Hyrule. If potentially you would like to, you could go and ask their cook, I believe, was something of just nearby where you had made your place, was it not? Or even your chefos could potentially do something?
That's true.
If you would not mind taking care of the food, then I believe the rest of us could prepare everything else. And I'm sure that if you told the king, even if you would like to go that far, that his daughter was to be in attendance, he would love to either make his way himself or make sure that something was rather taken care of.
Yeah. I'll start with the. I'll start with trying to get Chefos and I forget her name. The cook, the head cook.
Chefos and Gallon's sister.
Ro.
Yeah.
Ro.
Ro. Yeah.
Then we'll try to get everything sorted here. I'll go and speak with that elderly shopkeeper and see if he has something of a large tablecloth.
Alrighty then. And break.
As you say break, you start moving off. You see Obra just watching you. As they follow after you a bit, you wait for him a bit at the bottom of the stairs as she looks to you.
I would probably do less about running around the castle town. I'm not very much built for physical activity. I'll help around here.
Okay, sure.
I'm sure you'll do fine.
Alrighty. Be back soon. And he will take off.
All right, Ronan. There was a little bit of time that was bought for you. I will say that with that little bit of time, I'm going to lower some of the DCs for some things.
The stakes are so
high, dude.
Low.
No. You don't understand. If this doesn't go right, then everybody dies.
It's okay, Ronan.
And peace is ruined forever.
It's okay, Ronan. For one of your roles, I will give you my special green goddess token. But only one of them.
You don't have any others.
Need soup?
I have one.
Need soup? Could
But
you
yes.
help make soup for the banquet?
Would anyone like some
You just
stew?
run. You just run. You just go back to the river domain. You find a random Kokiri. Can you make soup for the banquet? It's like
Kokiri, did you
shakes.
put your name in the goblet of fire?
Can you make soup for the banquet? Ronan asked calmly.
He screamed in rage, but calmly.
Ronan, upon returning to
No,
Shefos,
but I have this barrel of soup I found.
upon
Cool.
returning to Shefos, Shefos would be going about his regular duties, going about different things back at the place. As you go to him and ask him for any such of things, go ahead and give me, because you know Shefos actually can leave here now, which is great.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and give me I believe this will be a charm.
Oh man. Like, no, fuck you, Ronan.
It's less no and more how motivated are you making people?
I say.
How much are you letting them know how urgent this fucking is?
That's. I'll use that one now, I guess.
Use it now.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Go ahead.
That's better.
You would like me to make something for a banquet of a queen?
Yes, it's good. Need quite a bit.
Quite a bit. If it's such short notice, I could try to make a single dish that would be a large supply. Would you like me to make soup?
I don't know what she likes actually. What was she eating at the banquet we had?
Mostly everything at the tea party area was sweets.
I think she likes sweets.
Sweets.
So don't make it all sweets, but definitely throw some in.
Throw some sweets in the soup.
No, not the soup. No,
Oh, not the soup.
With the soup on the side.
You also know that apparently all of the Riverzora do like eggs.
Apparently, they're really into eggs these days. You gotta use some of those in whatever you make.
Put eggs and cookies in the soup.
That's not. It doesn't have to be soup.
Pudding.
I will try to make something sweet that I can put in a large container that maybe has eggs in it. Perhaps a
Jello.
perhaps a pudding of sort. Goodbye.
I hope that works.
Would you like to just? Would you like
for soup?
Would you like to just feel like he's got this? Shefos can make everything, or do you want to go and try to ask someone else now?
I mean, more doesn't hurt. He'll go and try to ask Ro as well.
You start making your way out. Magic Frog kind of hopping behind you.
Magic Frog.
Magic Frog, can you make soup?
Hop on Magic Frog, ride through town.
Yeah. As
The
you
speed of frog.
as you start riding at the speed of frog. You would find going over toward the inn area that you had been to before. You would find Ro there closing up for most things in the night. However, you would make your way to the door and kind of open it up, seeing them behind the counter off on the side as they look through it. Oh, champion, welcome.
Hey,
And welcome to you too, Magic Frog.
What did he say? Or what did she say?
Champion, welcome, and welcome to you too, Magic Frog.
He is also a champion.
You will treat him as such.
But so we need food for a banquet. And we were hoping you could help us.
For a banquet?
Banquet is coming up probably within the hour.
She
maybe.
looks to you.
I have several things that are remained here in the bakery section for quite a bit, though I'm not sure if it is enough for a banquet.
Oh, I mean, we're really just trying to impress the queen.
A queen?
So the queen of the River Zora, yeah. So if just something, maybe if we could just do something for her, if that helps make it easier.
Well, I have been trying to perfect a cake recipe that I was messing about with Polo from before. I have several attempts at it in the back. If you'd like me to maybe cut up and box up some of those, I could maybe be able to give a bit of a dessert to everyone in such a short amount of time.
I think that sounds great.
And this is happening at your place, I'm guessing?
Happening in the sea domain. But don't worry about commute time. It's fine. We can get there in a snap.
Okay. All right, then. I will... Would it be fine if I took the boxes that I would make over towards your place, then?
Yeah, Chefos is also trying to work something up, so maybe like a collaboration or something.
Understood.
No, you do your thing. I don't know food.
Well, it's rather obvious that I think it's less you don't know food and that you don't know time. Though, to be fair, I suppose if you're looking for something for a queen, you could go and try to take some of the leftovers of the dinner I had made over at the castle.
Okay.
You would have to speak with some of the captains there or speak with the king himself, but I believe that if you wished to gain any sort of actual sustenance to this banquet, you would need quite a lot more food than what I or one other person could provide.
Alrighty. I will do that. Thank you.
Right. Let's see. Before you leave, I would like you to roll me another diligence. Or not diligence, another charm, I mean.
Oh, I don't have any money on me. Dang it.
Shall you plead with the Kokiri of the forest?
No, I think I'm good.
With an 18, they do look back. As you mentioned, some sort of a collaboration effort or anything like that. They do look back toward the cakes that they had made with the recipe that they had messed around with Polo. They start making tiny boxes and start cutting them up into little individual slices, and start to pile them upon this little cart thing they have. As you and Magic Frog rush out and begin to hop your way through the streets of Hyrule again. Would this be big enough? As you begin hopping around the city, it is getting late, but you are pretty sure that they have not put down, they have not taken up the drawbridge for the castle quite yet. As you just start hopping with Magic Frog, going as quickly as your little hoppy legs can take you. You find yourself eventually, after about 10 or so minutes, getting all the way over toward where the castle is. Upon getting to said castle, it is still within operation hours of the castle, so you burst your way into the main room as the captains would point you like, oh, go, hello champion, oh, there he goes. Allow me to grab several people.
I love Ronan's bizarre rush hour.
I don't know why he cares so much, but he does.
He cares.
Everything has to go perfectly. For my mom-in-law, maybe. I don't know.
Don't even really like her that much.
I don't even like. Come on, she's kind of mean a little bit, actually. I don't know.
She is.
Ronan
Really
showing so much enthusiasm and what's the term? Leadership skills.
Ronan, you would find upon making your way into the actual main part of the castle, several people would be in attendance in the main castle. You would find that there is quite an assortment of guards and captains, as well as you would find that Hosier is in attendance, looking toward the things. You would find that the Bishop of War is apparently off in the corner beside where back where the different chairs and things would be, the thrones for the king and for the princess. No, there's no princess around, but you would find that other people are out and about. And finally, you would see that sitting upon his throne is King Magnus, as you would burst in on Magic Frog. They're like, champion! As King Magnus looks forward. Oh, Ronan, it is nice to see you.
Hey!
Blop.
How's it going?
We are
in the middle of something, or?
Oh, we are just about to lock everything up for the day. We have had several different delegations throughout the different associations you see before you, the Royal Guard, the captains, the church, several of the other guardsmen that stay themselves about the castle town. But we have plenty of time for a champion. There is not any immediate rush among our among things going down. I assume you have come to talk to me about my declaration I had made. I had assumed that you would come and have many words for me.
Well, not exactly. I need your royal leftovers.
That is a different request than I had assumed. Would you care to elaborate?
It's not unrelated, but I need your royal leftovers.
Would you care to elaborate, Ronan?
We're holding a banquet, and the River Zora Queen is coming, and we need food.
A banquet, and I'm assuming that this is for seemingly a rush, so I'm guessing tomorrow?
Today.
Ronan, have you looked at the sky outside?
Listen, I am trying very hard.
All right. Exactly how long are you planning for this to take place within?
When is it going to happen, you mean?
Yes.
Possibly within the hour. I don't know exactly.
You have got to be kidding me. Hosier steps forward. You are not making your way to our king to ask for an impossibility like this.
I figured if you just had the food lying around, then maybe we could just box it up and...
You're asking for food. You're asking for food fit for a royal coming from our leftovers. It doesn't seem like that far-fetched of an idea, I suppose. Well, Your Majesty! Ronan, go ahead and roll me charm.
Okay.
This is the charm check for this area.
I believe, Ronan, before you roll, you should beseech her. You must beseech our new goddess, the Kokiri of the woods of the soup.
Kokiri of the woods, how you feeling?
Ha.
Would you help me in my stupid quest?
Pretty good. You?
My stupid quest.
I mean, I could be convinced.
Oh. Well, sounds like you have to convince
I don't know how to... I'm incredibly unconvincing. Please.
Okay, I'm sold.
All right, you have been given a goddess point and what appears to be a Zork inspiration.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead and roll that Zork, my dude.
You were convincing then.
There's a 17. With that, I mean. So 16 plus 1, that would be a 17. Roll me one more time.
Oh.
Because you are blessed by Gorthos is also giving you a fleeting.
Oh shit!
I'm channeling all of my willpower by being a distraction.
23.
Yeah. Hell yeah. As you look forward, and upon hearing King Magnus say, I mean, maybe it'll work, Hosier turns like, Your Majesty! Well, we have plenty of people about, and nobody is currently doing much of anything. We were just closing everything up for the night, I suppose is a good way to put it. And I have recently done a bit of a bit of a slight, I would assume, toward things. I had to make a very hard decree very recently, so I suppose this is only natural that I would be something to do about it. In fact, Ronan.
Yeah.
I suppose that this is happening as a response to what had happened before today.
Yes.
As such, my daughter will most likely be in attendance?
Yes.
Then he goes to stand up. I believe I will make my way there as well.
Oh, alrighty.
It is not my own hope that It is my own hope that I make sure that those among my people understand that while I do have to say what I say, I am not averse to conversation. If this is about that, I would like to be involved. And if I am to come here, he would look over toward the royal guard and everyone around. I am sure that those among us would not allow me to show up ill-prepared to a banquet. You would note everyone but apparently Hosier just starts rushing out.
I'm just looking around like, where you?
Hosier plus the Bishop of War are the only ones remaining as he's like, yes, Your Majesty.
Look at him go. Oh, Hosier.
Then I suppose we will box up whatever leftovers we have, and we will they will meet us there. Will you be someone to watch over me as I go?
Yeah. You want to ride Magic Frog?
Might I suggest... The Bishop of War makes his way toward the two of you. Ronan, I had already spoken to you about our king's predicament, did I not?
Yes.
I would need to be an accompaniment if he is to make his way away from the castle. Otherwise, he may, well, cause unfortunate circumstances being away from the castle which I have bound him. Oh, I could die if I leave, you're right.
Oh, so you can't even go out of the castle.
Oh, I can leave the castle. I cannot leave Castle Town.
Oh, okay.
But
still not good. Definitely better.
But at the same time, I suppose that if he's with me, if anything were to happen, I could keep him from immediately perishing.
Okay.
Lead the way then, Ronan.
Alrighty. I'm assuming Magic Frog can't fit all three of us.
Probably not.
Okay.
But the three of you make your way out with Magic Frog leading the way, leading the charge, as it were. It would take you a little bit longer to get back than if you were by yourself. However, upon returning, you would find that Shefos is cooking up a storm inside of his kitchen. You would find that Ro is currently making their way toward towards your place, and as everyone starts to bring themselves into your shabby ass mansion, at least from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
You would allow for everyone to step through the premises, including all of the Hyrulean guard who would be accompanying their king, making their way through. You would find that everyone would be very, very impressed by your manor, it being very much larger in the center of the manor than it is in the outside of it. As everyone would be brought to this manor completely for the first time for most of them. Also, Kira and Roki are there because they're upstairs with fruit. I mean, the fruit's probably gone at this point, but you know. You start to march this veritable tiny battalion, this tiny army of people from Hyrule, consistent of several workers from your own manor, the entirety of the king's guard, and a chef following after with a cart full of tiny cakes. As each of you make your way into the sea domain.
Might just pull this up.
We might just pull this up. As everyone would bring their burdens in with them going into the sea domain, you would find that as soon as you returned, it doesn't seem as if any other guests have arrived yet. As Ronan, you start rushing about to get the banquet ready as the king is brought before the other king and the goddess as they are then attacked mercilessly by tiny children. At this point, before we get into the banquet, I think we're going to end things off here for the night. As everyone gathers forward, the large accompaniment happening as the choice of the new Caesar King will be on everyone's mind for the next game, and as everyone has eventually made their way off and forth toward everything else, bringing up the rear would be anybody from the river domain, so Gorthos and Polo and Marco and everybody. Next time, we'll see how well this teeny tiny invasion of the Caesar domain will begin.
Man,
there are more people here that aren't Caesar than there are Caesar in the domain currently.
I have to just say, Ronan, bravo on your leadership skills. You have quite literally thrown together an entire party at the last fucking second, convincing several important figures within Hyrule. Congratulations! If you're not picked as the king, I will be shocked.
You should plan weddings.
Wedding planner, the brand new class.
Warrior, ranger, wedding planner.
The new class, man. That's your third or fourth or whatever class. Yeah.
It's actually a specialization for dealer.
Speaking of classes, we still haven't completely decided on everybody's quite yet, which is why you guys haven't seen anything this game of them. However, potentially by next game, everybody will have made their choices for things. I will get on shoving everything into the room at that point, and we'll have some new things going about. And most likely, what will happen next game, since it seems like everybody is down for it, we will most likely see a potential bit of a time skip next game, as everybody goes about performing different duties that they'd like to do. And obviously we'll go over some things that happen during it, like potentially making their way toward the Sun Temple, or potentially going about learning magic from someone, or different things of that nature. We'll go over some things about it, but I believe the party has thought about maybe going about a month of a time skip.
We know we discussed the possibility of that.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said a maybe.
Yeah,
I think that's around the time people had thought about. At the same time, we'll decide.
I think
more.
That was the time we said would be the max.
We'll decide more when we get into the actual game. Because obviously, I had told you especially that amount of time would be about as much as you would need to actually power up your magic stat.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll figure things out. With all that being said, we're going to end the recording right here. Thank you guys very much for showing up. Thank you guys for hanging out with us and keeping up with the new king of the Caesar domain. Was it Ronan? Is it Adam? Is it Faraday? Is it some other person? Is it the Bishop of War? Is it Gorthos? Is it Gorthos? Is Marco going to be the new king of the Caesar?
Apparently fucking anybody can do it.
According to, I mean, here's the thing: if it was,
it's the real king.
if it was any other king about it, he'd be like, no, we have to keep it in the Caesar. It's Rog. Rog's just like,
so
I don't
cool.
care. I don't care as long as it goes to my granddaughter afterwards.
I don't care as long as they're a good ruler and give it back to my granddaughter.
But yes, with all that being said, my dudes, until next time, like always, later days.
Bye-bye.
Bye.